Good afternoon and welcome to this workshop meeting. The City of Coppers Cove, Texas held this 18th day of August 2020. The time is now 5:01 and this meeting is now called to order. We're going to do a little housekeeping before I officially start the meeting. As it pertains to masks, a little change as we've been doing business prior to. For those of you that are in the audience, once you have gained your seat and you are observing social distancing, you are permitted to remove your mask as long as you are seated and remain seated and are not within 6 feet of anyone near you. Then you are permitted to remove your mask. As soon as you leave your seat for any reason, then we ask that you place your mask back on you. And oh my gosh, Sonia, how are you? I didn't recognize her. Council members, the same goes for us as well. As long as we are seated and we are socially distanced, then we can remove our masks. But if for any reason we are within close distance with each other, and if we're having a conversation with each other, then those masks will be placed back on. So that will be our new procedure for council meetings from here on out. This meeting is being conducted by telephone and live video streaming to limit face-to-face meetings in an effort to slow the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus. The phone number was posted on the agenda. All individuals listening on the call will be muted. Comments on agenda items submitted 2 hours prior to the meeting will be read at the time City Council considers the related agenda item. A recording of the telephonic meeting will be available upon written request. This meeting is also being broadcast live through Channel 10 and the city's new YouTube channel. A link to the city's YouTube channel broadcast is posted on our Facebook page. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Diaz.
Here.
Joanne Portland. Here. Fred Chavez.
Here.
Dan Yancey.
Here.
Jamie Annie.
Here.
Diane Campbell.
Here.
Mark Haynes.
Here.
Jack Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Next, we have announcements. We'll start with Ms. Cortland.
None, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Yancey.
I have none.
Mr. Payne. Announcements.
I have nothing at this time, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll move on to public recognition. Item 1, proclamation, National Black Business Month. Brady Diaz, Mayor. I do have a proclamation that I will read. Should I move down there? Stay over here. Oh, because if I read this with my mask on, I'll pass out. City of Coppers Cove proclamation. Whereas August is National Black Business Month and we recognize the Black-owned businesses across the country. And whereas historian John William Templeton and engineer Frederick E. Jordan Sr. founded National Black Business Month in August 2004 to drive the policy agenda affecting 2.6 million African American businesses. And whereas Black business owners account for about 10% of U.S. businesses and about 30% of all minority-owned businesses. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, that amounts to approximately 2 million companies owned by African American. Nearly 40% of Black-owned businesses are in healthcare and social assistance, repair and maintenance, and personal and laundry services. Other categories include advertising firms, auto dealerships, consulting services, restaurants, barbershops, beauty salons, and more. And whereas Black-owned businesses have been hit particularly hard by the pandemic and the resulting economic crisis. As the city weathers the unprecedented economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic, supporting Black-owned businesses and small businesses especially has never been more important. And whereas the City of Coppers Cove recognizes that Black-owned businesses have been and will be an integral component for a thriving local economy. This month and year-round, the city encourages all to support Black-owned businesses in their communities. Now, therefore, I, Brady Diaz, Mayor of the City of Coppers Cove, do hereby proclaim the month of August 2020 as National Black Business Month. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Copperas Cove to be affixed this 18th day of August, 2020. Do I have a representative here that's here to receive this?
I would like to say thank you, and I appreciate you for looking at this as something that's very important to the city. The city of Copperas Cove has over 32,000 citizens in the city with the demographics of 67 to 15 and about, I think, like 2.5. So what does that actually mean to you? From 2020 on, you have the ability to create programs for Black-owned businesses where you can have something for August of 2021. So whatever it is that you create, that it can be something that can either bring economics into the city just by hosting an event during National Black Business Month. So it's just not something that, oh, what do we do next? That could be your what's next, of creating something for in Copperas Cove for next year. And I urge you to look at how your procurements are and how diverse your procurements are. Even though the city is not as diverse as Killeen is, look at how your grants is giving out and ensuring that the Black businesses in the city, even the businesses that's a part of your Chamber of Commerce, ensuring they get the same information in going forward. Because if we're going to change anything, we have to look at the policies, the grants, who are the individuals that you have been giving your grants to, as well as awards to, from that perspective as well. So if we're going to be as diverse, we need to make sure we're diverse in policy, in economics, as well as in your agendas as well. But I think, and I appreciate you for acknowledging this national holiday is not just something that is here, but to me, I felt that we need to have conversations like this at a local level, because at a local level, I can reach out and touch you, but if you're talking at a national level, we're not as accessible. But we are accessible now because we're right here talking about something that can bring economics to this city in 2021. So I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this evening. Next item, we have workshop items. E1, discussion and direction on utility rates for water, sewer, solid waste, and drainage. Ariana Beckman, Director of Budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Today, it will be continued discussion on utility rates. There's really no changes from last time we have discussed this, so the last direction from City Council was to propose option B, which is up on the screen. This time, Mayor, we will just take selection from City Council on the options we have or any other options you want to consider.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Diaz, Ryan Haverhill.
Yes.
City Manager. So as we had our discussion last time, there were some questions that had been asked in terms of what is the fixed cost versus the variable cost of the water and sewer system. So just to provide some background, the water and sewer system are run just like a business would be run in terms of it is its own fund within the city. And so it is called the Water and Sewer Fund, and that fund must be self-sustaining, meaning that the revenues that are brought in provide the resources for all of the necessary expenses of the system itself, both to purchase water, transmit that water through our system to our end users, including the treatment, ensuring that the water quality is at the appropriate level. It also includes the collection of sewer, so the water that goes down the drain at residents and businesses, and then the transmittal of that sewer to a wastewater treatment plant, and then the treatment of that sewage that then enters the plant. With all of that being said, it does take infrastructure to ensure that that is done. And talking with some of you, some interesting points of fact. The fixed cost for the entire system is 75%. So what that means is the infrastructure, the maintenance, the ability to ensure that water is provided to customers, and the systems are maintained, including the plants, the pumps, the tanks, and then the variable cost is 25% of the entire system. What is that variable cost? That variable cost includes the purchase of the water. So we buy water, and that is a variable cost because we only buy as much as we need to provide to our customers. The utilities within the system itself, electricity is required in order to pump the water from one location to another, to treat the wastewater, to pump the wastewater from one location to another before it gets to the wastewater treatment plants. And then of that fixed cost being 75% of the total expense within the fund, 32% of the total expense is debt service. So what is debt service? The debt service is the payments that we make on a yearly basis for the construction and the improvement of the infrastructure itself. So that's the tanks, that's the distribution lines, that's the pumps, that's the wastewater treatment plant improvements, all of those things. And so, as in terms of rates that to meet both the 75% of the fixed cost and 25% of the variable cost, what that essentially means is that the base rate would need to increase quite significantly, and the volumetric rate would also significantly decrease. And so if council was interested, we've actually worked up some scenarios where we can show the impact of what those rates would look like if we were purely meeting fixed costs with a base rate, which is a fixed revenue stream. The other consideration is just the opposite of that. So we had received comments from some customers that had stated that water and the wastewater system should all be based on a per gallon cost. On a per gallon cost, that actually is quite detrimental to the entire system because it becomes highly dependent upon the usage of customers within the entire water system. The fact that the city in our water system actually splits up the fixed cost and the variable cost is actually more transparent than any other commodity, almost any other commodity we purchase. Because any other commodity we purchase, there's one price. It doesn't break out in that price what the fixed cost is and the variable cost is. But from a business perspective, there is always a fixed cost and there is always a variable cost. So the other item I wanted to share with council is we do have a new option AB, which is on the screen. This was not the option that we had looked at the previous time. But option AB is basically in between what is in the proposed budget and what is option B. And it also addresses council's concern in terms of the senior discount and changes the senior discount from 20% to 15%. All of the scenarios that we will be showing you, we're not going to take the extra time to look at what the impact to the fund is because we as staff have taken the effort to make sure that whatever those scenarios that we're looking at are going to ensure that the funds are I just lost the word, but to ensure that the revenues are there to cover the expenses for each of those different funds. The section below, Ms. Beckman, if you can scroll down to the utility bill impact and then scroll to the right. So we added some new sections over here. During our discussion with council last time, council was asking, well, what's the dollar amount impact to customers with any of these utility rate changes? And so you can see for a residential customer without a sprinkler meter and a senior customer without a sprinkler meter, what those impacts are based on the usage, monthly usage of those customers. With that being said, just as Mrs. Beckman said, we're open for discussion and we can, plug in any of these scenarios that council may ask about.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Payne, I have one question. I don't see the 1088 figure up there that we talked about earlier. At the 4,000 gallon.
Okay, so Mr. Payne, the 1088 figure, that was based on one of the rate structure scenarios. So Mrs. Beckman, can you, select option A, B? I'm hoping that's the one that you were thinking about. Yes, there it is. There we go, right there.
Okay. How's that different from the one you just showed us? Were we not using option A, B? No, we weren't. So, I mean, I should see the difference in the numbers.
What's the difference in those two? So the difference in what we were just talking about, option B is, the last direction that council gave staff, which was a $25 base rate for water and sewer, $26 for sewer, decreasing those volumetric rates, from, $4.75 to $3 and $5.75 to $3.57. But leaving the senior discount at 20%. Option AB is kind of the hybrid where it actually has a base rate of $20, reduces the volumetric rate to $4 for water, $4.85 for sewer, and reduces the senior discount from 20% to 15%.
Well, I thought that's the one that we had with 1088 today.
The option AB
Right.
was that one, yes, sir, that you and I were discussing previously.
Ms. Campbell?
I think, Madam Mayor, Joanne Cortland, I was going to say, I would like to explore that middle ground option because it kind of, attacks both of the things that we were looking at is increasing the base rate so we can get those fixed costs as well as reducing, the senior discount, incrementally.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Diane Campbell. Mr. Haverlong, could you go over what the actual dollars would be if we were to apply the actual fixed cost rate and the variable rate so that people understand what that difference is?
Yes, ma'am. So, Mrs. Beckman, can you scroll all the way to the right? Go down. There we go, and then go to the right. The column that says fixed and var cost, if you'll copy all of that and paste that into one of the options over on the left.
I think we put it next to AB maybe.
You just paste regular. Yeah, there you go. And then select that option. So in selecting this, you can see that the percentage change in the rates on the far right side are, for base, increased significantly. Again, the volumetric rates also decreased significantly. And if we go down and look at the impact to utility bills, and we'll just look at the change in those utility bills for a residential customer who uses 1,000 gallons, that customer's bill would increase by $31. For a customer who uses 5,000 gallons in residential, their bill would increase $3.25. And then thereafter, the customers that use a greater amount of water, their bill would decrease. If we can scroll to the left side, you can see the comparison between the current and additional option A from the low volumetric user to a higher volumetric user, the increase in that bill, isn't as, that delta doesn't increase as quickly. And that's because most of the revenue is coming in through the base rates, which is covering the fixed cost for the system. And that variable cost is all on the volumetric portion.
Madam Mayor Diane Campbell, I just thought it was important that we understand if we were looking strictly at recapturing our actual fixed costs at the base rate, that's what this is not an option that we're considering, but that is what it would cost, and it would be significantly higher. I just want to make that clear. We're not considering it, but that's what it would look like.
And Mayor, Ryan Haverlaw, just so council is also aware, there are, utility providers, specifically on the sewer component side, where they just charge a flat monthly rate. Because it's assumed within that system that all customers will use at least a certain amount of sewer, processing capacity. And so every customer pays the same sewer rate, every residential customer pays the same, sewer rate, no matter how much water they use. That is not the way our system is developed within our rate structure.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Hey, Manny, I have a question. So, what is you're talking about, they just charge a base rate to cover the fixed cost. So last year, what was our fixed cost for sewer? A percentage?
I don't have that number, for last year. For this year, I can tell you, for this year, our fixed cost is that what you were trying to hand me, sir?
I think that's what you gave me, to establish that it's 9%.
Yes, yeah, 90% of the expenses are, fixed cost for the sewer system, which is $3.7 million. Thanks, sir. You got to do it much faster than I did. Does council want to consider other options that we've talked about that we want to plug in?
You have some up there that are ready, like another option, maybe C.
Option C. No, we don't have an option
Okay,
C.
okay.
The option C would be option AB.
Oh, I got you.
Right.
Yes. I guess if council wanted to see, there were some comments from customers that, council received, which was, recommendations to only increase the base rate instead of the volumetric. So, Mrs. Beckman, if you can scroll to the right, there's an option that says increase base only. I'm gonna copy that one and plug that into, I guess, option A. I guess there's your option C, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
So option A only increases the base rate, for, water and sewer, leaves the volumetric rate the same, so you can see the rate change there is 10% just on the base rates, and if we scroll down to look at customer bills, the impact to, customer bills, will, vary depending on, for residential non-seniors, their bill will be a flat dollar amount increase for all customers. For senior customers, again, theirs will increase because that's also a decrease in the, senior discount from 20% to 15%.
That doesn't move us very quickly in the direction that we want to go.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I like AB so far, out of the options.
Madam Mayor, Fred Chavez,
Yes.
I'm inclined to agree with, Councilman, Portland. I'm sorry. Councilman Smith. I think
She's
AB,
new, so.
I'm sorry, I got rid of my mask and I can't think.
You can put it back on.
I think it's important, one of the things you said was we need to be moving in a direction, a specific direction, that philosophically we have discussed, fiscally we've discussed as being prudent. Moving away from the senior discount and really covering our fixed costs to keep our system viable. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind while we're doing this. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but it gets us going in the right direction, and that's, I guess that's why we get paid the big bucks, to make the tough calls. And so I think this is a compromise that takes a lot of the sting out of it, but it's more fair based on the input that we received and the numbers that staff has provided. It makes more sense, and that's my
Across the board.
across the board. Thank you, Mr. Yancey.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Jay Manning, I'd like to see just the balance back up there again to make a point, because what it's gonna show is that we're still making a profit in variable costs if we charge $1.57 per 100. Now, water. So any volumetric rate above that means that the higher end users are paying the profits coming from that segment. And I think that's important for us to understand when we look at the system and understand why year after year we've had to ask for increases is because the way it's been structured. Had we structured it to deliver water to people like it's set up to do, I think it would be very profitable, and I think we'll see that in the future.
So, Mr. Manning, you wanna see the full fixed and variable costs covered by those rates, option?
The balance part of it,
The option, okay.
but it's okay, I already stated it, it's $1.57.
Okay.
That's all, when we were there, I just didn't get to it fast enough.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, Mark
At,
Payne,
at the
You
$37
hit the
rate.
punchline first.
Yes, sir. Mark, Mr. Payne.
my concern was mainly that the lower end user that will be affected the most in ratio is, tends to follow a dollar amount easier than a percentage. Is there a way that we can show the difference in dollar amount? The option B did not seem to be that far off when you look at it in dollars as opposed to percentages. The percentages look much higher than they actually are in dollars.
Yes, sir, and Mr. Payne, when we scroll down and look at the utility bill impact, and then that grayed out section on the right, it shows that dollar difference for those customers.
Can we give an example, as we did earlier in our discussion, so that it's actually pointed out, as opposed to somebody at home trying to read these on the,
Oh, I see. So for a utility customer, and which option are we on? Option B. So for a residential utility customer that uses 1,000 gallons, their bill would increase $21 in a month. For a residential customer who used 5,000 gallons, their bill would increase $5.38. Is that what you were requesting, sir?
that's what I was requesting. Just wanted an explanation, so that would, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we see these numbers with the option A, B again?
So, just, as Mr. Payne pointed out, so option AB is, would have a change of $12.25 for residential customers who use 1,000 gallons. For a residential customer who uses 5,000 gallons, their monthly bill would increase $5.65.
So again, less impactful.
It's still moving in that.
It's still moving in the right direction.
Yes, ma'am.
And still covering our costs
Yes.
on
Yes.
on a monthly basis as
Yes.
opposed to a seasonal basis.
Right, which is,
Our goal.
it's our goal. It's.
Madam Mayor, this is Robin Katz.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there she is.
Ryan, would you mind explaining the senior discount?
Can you turn that up?
Yeah, can you turn that a little bit?
The question was, do you mind explaining the senior discount?
Explaining the senior discount. So the current senior discount in our ordinance is, seniors, who have requested the discount, and not all seniors do request a discount. And those seniors that don't know about the discount, there is a discount, will receive 20% off of the water and sewer base rates, the water and sewer volumetric charges, and the solid waste charge. All of those receive a 20% off. The drainage fee is not, does not receive the 20% discount. Does that provide the explanation you're requesting?
Ryan, is the discount coming, from the general fund?
No, ma'am, the
I'm just
discount from the utility rates.
Okay, I would ask to, get with city staff regarding the legality of it at a future date, if that works for y'all.
So, Ms. Cass, if you'll recall, we've had this discussion with, Mr. Zek, who has already provided the city attorney's opinion that the senior discount is an, illegal or in opposition to the Texas Charter, the Texas Constitution, as well as, local, Texas Government Code in terms of providing differing rates to differing, utility customers, which is a discriminatory act, to an extent.
Right, exactly. So I guess that's where my disconnect is in looking at the senior discount on here.
That's what we're trying to.
So,
Madam
and
Mayor.
that's where we are attempting to remove that senior discount, and council is hesitant to do it in 1 year.
Okay.
And Mayor, City Council, Ms. Katz was not with our city attorney when that opinion came out. And so she may not have seen that opinion yet, but she will be aware of it.
Ryan, I did see the opinion, and I've spoken with Mr. Zek about it, and I guess that's what my concern was that I saw the discount still on here, after reading that. So, but I guess, what the mayor just said puts it into perspective regarding moving away from that.
Thank you, Ms. Katz.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Smith?
I was never in any meeting with, Charles Zek that explained all the legality of this, senior discount. I mean, I've heard it, I read it in the paper, but I was never briefed on that. I think at one meeting I asked to be briefed, and we didn't have our counsel there at that time, when we started discussing this originally.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Payne. Ms. Katz? Still there?
Ms. Katz, Mr. Payne has a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it your opinion that we should move quicker away from the senior or do it in steps as we've planned?
That's a decision that you guys are gonna have to make together as council. So our position is that it's not legal to have a discount and to treat customers differently based on age.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Dan Yancey, and that's supported by, we had a worksheet before that showed that we were the only city in our area, of the 10 or 11 cities that I think that Ryan, surveyed, that had a, discount. A lot of them didn't have any, and some had some way of a donation factor, which is what we had already talked about, to be able to help ease that transition, get it more equitable across the board. What this showing is that the higher end users are paying a disproportionate share of the total cost. And this is an attempt to basically kind of flatten the curve because all citizens are equal. And we need to keep that in mind when we're going through this process here.
But I find it concerning that not just this council, but council before have been told that we have a fee that is in fact illegal, and we have yet to remove that fee. And we are still not removing that fee. Mr. Chavez.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Chavez, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but we decided, if I remember correctly, as council, we were gonna stop kicking the can. We were gonna do what we needed to do to address the situation, but in light of the fact of current situations in our society, i.e. COVID, that taking all or half of the senior discount all at once would be onerous to people on a fixed income. So as long as we maintain our commitment to paring that down every year, and then we're heading in the right direction. That's just something we need to continue to do.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Banks, we had made that decision, if you all remember, before we found out that we were going to look at changing the base rate to volumetric rate. Even though we had discussed it for a while, we had made the decision to come off of the senior discount at 5% a year, and now changing the volume to the base rate at the same time, it just puts a big change all at once on our lower end. So,
I think all of those plays into trying to get to where we need to be across the board as far as paying for all of our expenses and.
I'm saying we didn't decide to take off just 5% because, and do the volumetric the base change. It changed after we decided to start looking at the senior discount. So it's an even greater change now. So more painful.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Ryan, do you have a scenario, I don't know what you call it, but without the senior discount up there, and what base rate and volumetric rate we'd need to make the system break even? Return a small profit.
No senior discount at all.
Zero senior discount. No senior discount.
No, we haven't worked that out.
Okay.
If you wanna take the time, we can do it right now.
I'll take it.
I have time.
So, Mrs. Begman, if you can change, your selection to option A, where you're already working. And if you can, change your base rate to $14 and reduce your volumetric rate for water to $4.50. And then sewer to $14 and volumetric to $5.25, 50 cents, sorry. And what does that do to our, okay, we need to increase those volumetric rates. You can increase those volumetric rates to kind of balance out there.
Madam Mayor. Mr. Havelock, can you still make the volumetric rates a little, the base rate a little higher than the we want to have the increase in the volumetric rate, the base rate to help cover the cost of the system.
That'll work.
So maybe $18 for the base rate,
Let's see what 15 does.
okay?
look at the billing.
What, can you go down to where the dollar amount is going?
Is that a zero? That's with no senior.
Right.
So would it be,
What's the base rate there?
15.
Okay, 15. And 15.
so everybody's would go up?
Uh-huh.
You're not finding that happy medium?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Jay Manning, I think that's a fallacy in what we look at and saying, well, this is fair because everyone are going up. This is what is causing us to have so much stress in delivering a profit in this fund. We've still got to deal with this adjusting the fixed cost to the variable cost. Or the profitability part is buying water is not making anything because there's not enough of it sold, even though it has a high markup on the thing. I mean, we're pricing ourselves out of the market is what we're doing. And we're not doing anybody a favor when we do that. We try to be compassionate. 4 years I've been here. But I think instead of helping people, we've hurt them in the long run.
Madam Mayor, Joanne Quillen, are you saying then, looking at maybe increasing the base rate, reducing the volumetric rate, and still getting rid of the senior discount to see where that lands us?
I thought that's what we were gonna, Mayor.
I'm just trying to understand the comment.
I'm talking about a direction we need to go. And the fact that I've wrestled with this all this time, trying to be compassionate with these things. When they are so low and it's so out of balance, there's not any way to get there without it hurting a little bit. And, the thing about going the direction that we set out to go to start with is gonna make the fund more profitable, and everyone's gonna benefit from that in the end.
Absolutely.
Service
Service goes down, you got more funds to use for infrastructure improvements,
Pay
you
the
can
debt
borrow,
down
borrow less.
or reduce rates.
Mayor, do you have one thing?
Yes, sir.
The AB with the $20 base rate is what I thought Jack was asking for with the, taking the senior discount off. How much does that change the dollar amount to the 4,000 or 5,000 gallon user?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Banks?
Use the AB, column and just take the senior discount off. Completely. In addition to the percentage change, I'd like to see what the dollar changes for the average between 4,000 and 5,000 gallons.
For the residential customer or seniors?
Well, seniors, because
Okay, for
You wanna pick-
seniors, those that use 1,000 gallons, the change in dollars would be $24.06 a month. For those that use 5,000 gallons, the change would be $25.86 a month.
that's pretty much the painful extreme that we're looking at. So we either need to
What-
come up with somewhere between there.
Can you, sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Ariana, can you, give a go back to where you were?
Oh.
That column, it says senior and the dollar change. Give me a total right there.
$205.26.
How much?
$205.26.
And multiply that times 1653.
Multiply by what?
By the number of accounts
Oh.
that it affects.
Senior accounts?
So is that a monthly amount?
Yes, sir.
And how many, okay, and then go back to, okay, so total accounts is 11,000, right?
Total
So-
non-senior account.
So we have 11,088 plus 1653 total accounts, right? So that
Well-
three,
No, so the 1188 is residential accounts.
right,
The senior accounts is 1653. We have other customers that don't fit into residential or senior residential. Those are commercial, those are
I understand that,
contractors.
I'm just saying, so the 339,295 divided by the 11,088, what is that? $30. If you just took it across the board and all of the seniors, if you did a donation, then the donation would have to be $30.60 per person to stay where they are right now. But that's
Madam Mayor,
just to stay where it is right now.
What is the 205.26? We sum those up? Shouldn't that be an average if you're gonna multiply it times the number of accounts?
More close number than the 335.
I'm not too
No,
sure about that. You should get the same answer. But we've gotta take
It's
the
24.
average of the change, not. Well, yeah, I see what you see, are talking about.
So it's 37,000?
Yes, it's less.
yes, sir.
Per month.
That makes more sense. You were slinging some numbers.
So it's 339?
Yeah.
Assuming we could give donations from all 11,000 people.
Well, that's what it would have to average. But the other portion of that is of 1653, how many are truly in a situation where the dollar difference makes a huge difference?
Difference, right.
Or do we have 1,653 just because they're 65, they're getting a discount? Not that they can't afford it, it's just
You
what it
don't
is.
get the discount over 5,000.
That's why I was trying to suggest that we set up some type of a donation that you could put on the bill, some kind of donation program that you could put on the bill, and then also have some kind of
Logic.
mechanism for people to be able to apply for assistance if they needed it, which is done in other communities.
No matter the age, regardless of age or
It doesn't matter, it's
Yeah.
more on,
Well,
financial.
at the end of the day, that's you would have to do it that way to be correct.
Madam Mayor,
The number is not nearly as daunting as what we think. I don't believe.
Ms. Campbell?
We don't apply the discount to over 5,000 gallons, so you'd have to back those bottom numbers out.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, oh,
Only the
okay.
first 5,000 gallons.
You only get it for the first 5,000. Doesn't apply.
That makes it even better, doesn't it?
It would
Yeah.
reduce that number.
Considerable. Well, yeah, not half, but a third.
Mhm.
So what you're talking about, Rion?
So back to what originally stumped us. Ms. Katz coming on and pointing out the legality of the senior discount. Do we want to move forward with what I believe we had a consensus with AB? Or do we want to continue to work numbers and remove the senior discount completely?
Madam Mayor, Mark, I'd like to see the actual example of, an average ticket between 1,000, 5,000 gallons with using the $20 AB, base rate and taking the senior discount off.
I think that's what we're looking at.
Madam Mayor,
And that we just did?
maybe there's a scenario to where we
Change,
can
I'd
have,
like the final dollar amount, final bill in your hand.
Can you scroll to the left, Mrs. Beck? Those are the final bills.
That just includes water, that doesn't.
No, sir, that's the utility bill.
Okay. So how did it change? It went up, how much did the 1,000 go up? How much did the 5,000?
$12, that's where it went up.
It went up that much.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Another option, we could certainly have a higher base rate and give everybody the first 3,000 gallons of water, including seniors, or 4,000 gallons of water, and then have a volumetric rate after the 4,000 gallons, I believe. Is that possible?
That's an interesting idea.
So Mayor,
That way we
Ryan-
cover our
Ryan-
fixed costs.
Ryan Averill, yes, is that possible? Absolutely, that's possible. Unfortunately, we do not have this document set up in a way for us to run that type of scenario right now.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I mean senior and everybody, and then that wouldn't be illegal either.
It would have to apply to
It
everyone,
would, yeah.
Right.
all residential customers. City council could, and Ms. Katz can correct me if I'm wrong, but city council could say that only applies to residential customers.
Correct.
And all other customers such as commercial contractor, they pay for every 1,000 gallons.
Yes. I mean, I would agree with that. And I don't know what the number is, but maybe a higher volumetric rate or a higher base rate, and then free for a few thousand gallons for everybody, and then lower volumetric rates after that.
Mayor, I would suggest, think that we can think about it, but that it would be just playing with numbers, because we would come back to the same result. Is that not correct?
Well, we'd be rid of the senior discount. And it is playing with numbers to get it all to balance out, but then we'd have to vote on the final number,
The effects.
the effects. I mean, we have to see what the effects are and what number fits.
The
Madam Mayor,
effects for profitability have to be getting down with the volumetric rate to where it's
I agree.
competitive
I agree.
with other places.
And we have to start with a higher base rate, and have maybe 3,000 free gallons for residential use, and then lower volumetric rates for all the additional use.
I'm not into free.
You would.
I don't know that I'm in for, free.
I'm not saying free, have the base rate cover at least that amount, with the
The
number.
first 1,000 gallons of water.
Yeah.
Ms. Campbell?
well, if I'm on a fixed income, the only control I have typically is my usage. And so if we did something like that and limited it to 1 or 2,000, I think at the most, that would help the, 65 and older, and that would help those who, have lower incomes. I mean, that it would help them if that was something we wanted to do and cover that rate under the base. I'm not comfortable with free either. I think the most valuable service the city delivers to our citizens is water. You can't live more than 3 or 4 days without water.
But we would have to get the base rate to a point where it's covering what it
Right.
needs to cover, and it's not there right now.
We would be going up $8 to cover 2,000 gallons, or 12 to cover it, and
Are you saying
it
$20
just seems like we're
doesn't cover?
playing with numbers, it's not gonna change the outcome, I don't think.
Madam Mayor,
No.
Joanne Cortland, can we see what the impact is on the overall fund with this particular scenario?
They're not set up.
And-
Mayor Diaz, Ryan Haverhill.
Yes, sir.
Just so I can recap, right now, I only have 3 council members who voiced support for option A, B. I really haven't heard any other council members voice support for any other option at this point.
Who do you have those as?
Ms. Cortland, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Chavez.
Madam Mayor, that's before, Ms. Katz chimed in, and I'd like to have a, executive session with her so I can at least see my, I'd like to at least explore what her opinion is. And I haven't been in any of those meetings yet. I know you guys have in the past.
Mayor Diaz, Mark, thank, Ryan, you said the $20 dollar base rate, that would cover our costs, every month.
With a volumetric rate of $4, that's correct, for water, yes.
And Jay, you're wanting the volumetric rate to go down so we sell more.
No, that was,
No, I mean, you wanted the volumetric to go
I'm
lower.
just saying that it's gonna make the system more profitable if we do that.
Well, more equitable too.
Well,
because
yeah,
But to get that lower,
Higher
we have
end
to raise
users
the
are paying a
base rate to
disproportionate share.
25.
is
No, I'm
the
just asking.
step.
I'm just trying to
Yes, that's
understand what
correct. The profitability is, and it's pretty obvious that when you've got a balanced system, you would still be making a profit at 157. So all the stuff above it, you're making good profit for all the water that you can sell. You just have to sell it before you make anything. You've got the fixed cost, you don't have anything until you sell water, except expense.
My concern is that the lower end won't buy more water because they'll be putting more money into the base rate. They won't have the extra money any money to put into more water. Like they don't use much water as it is. They don't have dishwashers or washer and dryers or pools or sprinkler systems or anything that eats up water.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Can I respond? When you get all back to the thing and what Ryan presented, where we're looking at what? $30 for base, $157 for volumetric. That would spell out what would balance. So basically the fixed cost, a large part of the fixed costs are gonna be fire protection. That's why our systems are so big, it's because of providing water for fire flow.
Okay, you saying the cost of using water during a fire.
I'm saying the cost of having that system sitting there,
Ready.
ready to serve any of us who may need it.
So how does our system at $32 compare with the other cities around?
Probably
I think Kim knows
higher,
what, 70.
if we did the 32 and 157, we would be maybe higher.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
So,
right.
Lower than
with a base rate of $32, Colleen is at $12.70, Parker Heights, $10.91. Temple at $10, Belton $17, Gatesville at $20. We don't get to $30 until we look at Taylor and Liberty Hill.
This is the surrounding base rates around.
Yes, sir.
What about Kempner?
Yeah,
Yeah,
water only,
I
water only.
failed to say Kempner, yeah.
We are further away from the lake than the other
Yes, sir.
participants.
Madam Mayor, Nancy, we're further away and our topography is a lot different, which makes a huge difference because of the amount of infrastructure that has to go in to be able to handle those different pressure planes.
The lift
Has
station.
this just not been addressed over the years? Well,
Yeah, I think that we haven't probably, but I think the things that we see in Killeen, and you can look at their volumetric rates, they're lower than ours too. And so if we structure this, I think we're gonna see a benefit in all those things, and that we'll get, because it's not all that we just have, we're behind the eight ball and everything that's over here. One of the advantages, we have elevation that you can put a ground storage tank on, and provide water for a lot of people without building the tower. So it's not all bad that Cove has.
Absolutely.
It's just, I believe it's just the rate structure that we've followed has kept us from being profitable.
Well, I don't disagree. We just have so many things at one time that's affecting us, trying to cut the senior rate and the pandemic and
We're going back 4 years.
Yeah.
the,
Okay, are we prepared to provide any direction?
Maybe.
Yes.
Dan Yancey. Ryan, could you, if we suspend the workshop right now, could you develop, or Ariana, develop a worksheet that basically kind of mirrors what, Councilman Smith talked about?
with a $15.
Where,
So if we suspend it and then come back in 2 weeks and do it, I'm sure we can do it.
well, we're,
Yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
we're
that's
talking
what
about.
I'm asking. I mean, is it,
We don't have to suspend it. All we do is not provide direction and provide direction that you want to work, or a spreadsheet that says this. There's no suspending, but
So Mayor, Ryan Haverlaw, so as far as the scheduling, we can actually have another workshop at the next council meeting and talk about this again, allow us the time to work on the spreadsheet that you're talking about. This document is very complex.
and that's what I'm asking.
And the reason I say that is because, rate setting agencies do this type of work. Not the
city managers.
city managers and budget directors, because we don't have the expertise. It takes us a lot longer to work on this type of, a spreadsheet. And Mrs. Beckman, she's good, I know she is. And she can make it work, but I don't think suspending this for 5 to 10 minutes is gonna make it successful.
Mayor Diaz,
Oh, is that what you were asking? Do it right now?
I didn't know how complex, we were talking 30 minutes, or we were talking, something much longer.
We would need some time, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question,
Mayor
Dan.
Diaz,
Yes, sir.
Dan, when you said you'd like to see it with the option A that Jack came up with a $15 base rate and no senior discount, that's gonna raise the volumetric rate so high that it kind of does away with what we're trying to accomplish with selling water. That's why we were kind of looking, several of us were looking at AB because the base rate was higher and it got the volumetric down, but it still doesn't get the volumetric down as much as, Mr. Manning is suggesting that we.
I'm not suggesting
No,
that.
you just,
I'm just saying that's the
and
direction.
I'm not saying it in a bad vein, I'm just saying, if we went with a lower volumetric rate to sell more water, 20 doesn't even.
Madam Mayor.
So if we're gonna send them away for 2 weeks to come up with something, let's kind of give them some direction on which one we want, what
Madam Mayor.
I-
can I-
Second, Mr. Smith asked first.
When we originally looked at, option A, B, it had the 15% senior discount on there, and that's what everybody was looking at, but then, again, got interrupted by our legal counsel. So, I mean, and I didn't suggest 15, it might be 18 or 19, that's where he has to go do the numbers.
I was blaming you, holding you to it. It's just
Okay,
that kind of came out of your question.
okay.
Ms. Campbell?
Just to emphasize again, Councilman Payne, that's not just about making it more profitable, as far as the volumetric rate. It is also about making it more equitable. Because the higher end users are paying a very significant disproportionate share.
I agree with that, and
Based on the numbers.
I've pushed that, but it's become more evident that we have a more complex problem with, how to get this to work. We may have to be a little higher than we would like to be.
So what's direction for Mr. Haverlaw on the worksheet? And what,
Madam Mayor, Joanne Cortland,
yes, ma'am,
I don't know how many other ways we're going to need to look at this.
I agree.
I am for, additional option A, B, and at some point, we are going to have to rip the Band-Aid off with regards to the senior discount. We know it has to go. I really think that is the crux of this entire conversation, is because now once we took it out, everybody is looking at the numbers. We are headed in the right direction by increasing the base rate as we wanted to do. We want to get rid of the senior discount because of the legality of it. But now we're talking about, well, we want to look at this with 3,000 gallons or, yeah. At some point, we've got to make a decision and move forward for the next year. Don't think that this is the first time that we're going to have this discussion. I guarantee you, next year, we're going to relook at where we're sitting and move forward to increase that dynamic for the base rate to make sure that we are covering our fixed cost and being able to lower the volumetric rate even more, but we have to move forward. So my direction would be to go with additional option A, B as it is sitting there right now, without a senior discount.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Lane,
Wait,
I'll go with
can you,
that.
wait, okay, so we have, that's who I want. Who concurs with Ms. Cortland?
I'll concur with, if
I have a
it's without the senior discount.
No, that's not what it is. It's with the senior
She
discount.
said it's sitting right
She
there
said
without
without.
the senior
Has,
discount.
with zero senior discount.
Oh, with zero, so,
Yes, yes.
oh, as it is right now,
As
okay,
it is right now.
That's 5 of us, I think.
no, no.
Everybody went back down.
I think we assumed,
I assumed it was with the senior discount. Let me look at it again.
I'm without the senior discount, just like she stated it.
Me too.
We've got-
Yeah,
oh,
okay, so that's 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
if it's without, if I'm not doing anything illegal, I'm fine.
without senior discount.
But almost.
Dan,
We're all fine.
AB with no senior discount.
AB with no senior discount.
We
I
have
think
to
we
do
just got direction.
Yes, ma'am, and, at the next council meeting, we'll, have our city attorney queued up for a executive session discussion on the senior discount in particular. And Mayor Diaz, Mr. Tom Francis, is on our call. He has raised his hand. It is up to, Mayor, for you to allow him to speak, or he can speak during citizen forum during our regular meeting, which is coming up.
He will have an opportunity to speak during our regular meeting
All right.
on this topic. So there being no further business on this workshop item, the time is 6:10. I'll adjourn this workshop meeting. We will recess for 5 minutes and then we'll start our regular meeting. Good evening and welcome to this regular council meeting held this 18th day of August 2020. The time is now 6:19 and this meeting is now called to order. We do have a different mask protocol here in the council chambers. Once the audience members, you have entered the chambers and you have seated yourself, once you are seated and you're not moving about the council chambers, you can remove your mask as long as you are seated and you're not within that social distancing requirement. Council members, again, as we're seated, social distancing from each other, then we will remove our mask. If you're within that 6 feet and you're up and about the council chambers, then we ask you to put that mask back on, please. Thank you. This meeting is being conducted by telephone and live video streaming to limit face-to-face meetings in an effort to slow the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus. The phone number was posted on the agenda. All individuals listening on the call will be muted. Comments on agenda items submitted 2 hours prior to the meeting will be read at a time City Council considers the related agenda item. A recording of the telephonic meeting will be available upon written request. This meeting is also being broadcast live through Channel 10 and the city's new YouTube channel. A link to the city's YouTube channel broadcast is posted on our Facebook page. If you please rise for invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here today, safe and well. Lord, watch over all of the people of this nation and the world as we face this pandemic and all the different trials and tribulations that are facing our world today. Lord, protect all those first responders and all those serving our nation. Keep them safe and in your prayers, Lord. Also, Lord, please help all of our leaders, both elected and appointed. Help them to do the best things in the interests of all the people. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Ms. Wilson, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Diaz,
Here.
Joanne Portland,
Here.
Fred Chavez,
Here.
Dan Yancey,
Here.
Jay Manning,
Here.
Diane Campbell,
Here.
Mark Payne,
Here.
Jack Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Next, we have announcements. Ms. Cortland.
None, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Yancey.
None.
Ms. Campbell.
None.
Mr. Smith.
None.
Mr. Payne.
I have nothing, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor, I do have one announcement. Our executive director with our KCCB, which is Keep Copperas Cove Beautiful, has been appointed as a committee chair on the National Board of Volunteers. So she is helping on a national level and demonstrated from the work that she puts into KCCB and all the other work she does. So congratulations to Roxanne Ahmed Flores.
Thank you. Next, we have citizens forum. At this time, citizens will be allowed to speak for a length of time not to exceed 5 minutes per person on any item which is listed on the agenda and items not listed on the agenda. 30 minutes total has been allotted for this section. Pursuant to Section 551.042 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, any deliberation or decision about the subject of inquiry which is not listed on the agenda shall be limited to a proposal to place the subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. This time, I'll open citizens forum and ask if anyone that wishes to speak on this item, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, or hit *9 on the phone.
Mayor, we have a member named Tom Francis. Mr. Francis, if you will unmute your end, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
Hello,
Mr.
everyone.
Francis.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to speak to you again about the water rates. I listened through the workshop. I question the statement of fixed costs only due to the fact that it's all based on the current volumetric rate. That's our fixed cost. If we didn't pump any water, you wouldn't have any salary, you wouldn't have any supplies, you wouldn't have any maintenance done. So you'd have none of that. So the fixed cost, quote unquote, are really fixed costs for the certain volumetric rate that we currently have. So if you were to take and put that as variable costs, which they really are, the only fixed costs we have are the principal and interest we pay on the current bonds, which Ryan said was 32%. Currently, we charge 39% for fixed base, for our base rate as a part of the budget. So that is above the 32% that the true fixed cost is. It's all the rest of it is based on a current volume of water used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during citizens forum? Please press *9 on the phone to be recognized.
Mayor, we have a caller with phone number ending 6160.
Caller 6160, you're recognized.
Caller 6160, if you'll please unmute on your end.
Caller 6160, if you're unmute your phone, you're recognized at this time. Again, caller 6160. You are recognized at this time. If you'll unmute your phone, you can speak.
Mayor, while that caller is working to unmute their phone, we have another caller with phone number ending 8455.
Caller 8455, you're recognized at this time. If you will unmute your phone, you can speak. Caller 8455, you are recognized at this time. If you will unmute your phone to speak.
Mayor, if those callers are also on the Zoom application, they may have themselves muted in the Zoom application, and they would need to unmute themselves in that application as well.
If those callers can hear that, you would need to unmute yourself in the Zoom app as well. So unmute your phone, unmute the Zoom app for those two callers that were recognized.
Mayor, those callers have been unmuted on our end, and it's up to them to unmute themselves.
What was the first one?
6160.
6160. So we have two callers with your phone number ending in 6160. You've raised your hand to be recognized during Citizens Forum. If you will unmute your phone or unmute yourself on the Zoom app to be recognized. Last opportunity. Caller ending in 8455. You have also been recognized during Citizens Forum. If you will unmute yourself either on your phone or on the Zoom app, you have been recognized during Citizens Forum to speak. This is your last opportunity to do so. You are unmuted on our end. You need to unmute yourself on your end. Hearing no response, there's no one else that raised their hand during Citizens Forum? Okay, I'll close Citizens Forum and we'll move on to consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Council, we will pull items 7 and 8 to consider those separately. Is there any other items that Council wishes to remove and consider separately? Hearing none, I'll read the items. Item 1, consideration and action on approval of revised City Council regular meeting minutes for July 7th, 2020. Lisa Wilson, City Secretary. Item 2, consideration and action on approval of City Council workshop meeting minutes for August 4th, 2020. Lisa Wilson, City Secretary. Item 3, consideration and action on approval of City Council regular meeting minutes for August 4th, 2020. Lisa Wilson, City Secretary. Item 4, consideration and action on a resolution accepting the quarterly investment report as presented for the quarter ending December 31st, 2019, per the investment policy. Velia Key, Director of Financial Services. Item 5, consideration and action on a resolution accepting the quarterly investment report as presented for the quarter ending March 31st, 2020, per the investment policy. Velia Key, Director of Financial Services. Item 6, consideration and action on a resolution adopting the strategies and investment policy of the City of Copperas Cove. Velia Key, Director of Financial Services. Council, do we have a motion?
Mayor Diaz, I make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 1 through 6.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Manning, a second by Mr. Chavez.
Is that not correct?
Item 1 through 6, that's correct. We pulled items 7 and 8 to be considered separately. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7, consideration and action on a resolution amending resolution number 2020-23, ordering and establishing the procedures for a general election on November 3rd, 2020. Lisa Wilson, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Item F7, at the August 4th meeting, City Council, approved resolution 2020-23. And the following day, I was notified, by the, Lampasas County, Corral County, that they have changed early voting locations in both counties. They went to larger facilities for social distancing. So this resolution here, we made a couple of changes late this afternoon, because there were some questions, as to why we did not, keep the Copperas Cove location in the, resolution itself. And I spoke with the city attorney, and there was just some miscommunication there. So it has been changed. So what is on, the website and on the system has been changed to add Copperas Cove, Civic Center on there as well. So Corio County, their early voting will be at the Gatesville Civic Center, 303 Veterans Memorial Loop in Gatesville. Our early voting, of course, will be at the Copperas Cove Civic Center, 1206 West Avenue B. Staff recommends that City Council approve Resolution 2020-29, amending Resolution 2020-23.
Thank you. Council, do we have questions of Ms. Wilson of the change in the amendment? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I move that we, accept the amendment for resolution number 2020-23, establishing procedures for a general election on November 3rd, 2020.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Point of information is 29, not 23.
Oh, it's just 2023.
Amending resolution number 2020-23.
We're amending Resolution 2020-23, and the new one is 2020-29.
Incorrect.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Campbell, a second by Mr. Manning. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item 8, consideration and action on an ordinance amending ordinance number 2020-43, ordering a special election to be held on November 3rd, 2020, to submit to a proposition reauthorizing the adoption of a sales and use tax at a rate of 1/8 of 1% to provide revenue for maintenance and repair of the municipal streets as provided for and required by State Tax Code Section 327. Lisa Wilson, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, struggled with that one.
Again, on August the 4th, 2020, City Council approved ordinance number 2020-43 for the special election. Again, we are changing the early voting locations for Lampasas County as well as Gatesville. So This new ordinance, 2020-58, is amending the previous ordinance and allowing for the change in the early voting locations. Again, Lampasas County, they will be located at the Lampasas County Annex 1 Conference Room. Gatesville will use the Gatesville Civic Center, and of course, Copperscope Civic Center. So staff does recommend that City Council approve ordinance number 2020-58, amending ordinance 2020-43.
Thank you. Council, we have any questions of Ms. Wilson?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Diane Campbell. Mr. Haverlaw, could you, just for clarity, so that people understand that this is not a tax that would go away if they did not vote for it. It would still go into the EDC, it's just the use of the tax would go towards streets.
Mayor Ryan Haverlaw, as far as what the proposition is, it's to continue the 1/8 cent sales tax for maintenance and repair of municipal streets. This 1/8 cent sales tax, based on our discussions with the Texas Comptroller, has stated that if this election is not if this proposition is not approved in November, that 1/8 cent goes back to the Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Council, we have a motion?
Mayor Diaz.
Yes,
I
sir.
make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2020-58, amending ordinance number 2020-43, and ordering a special election to be held on November 3rd, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Manning and a second by Mr. Smith. Any other questions or clarifications? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll move on to public hearing and action. A governmental body shall allow each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on an agenda for an open meeting of the body to address the body regarding the item at the meeting before or during the body's consideration of the item. G1, continued public hearing from July 21st, 2020, and consideration of ordinance number 2020-29 to repeal ordinance number 2010-20 adopted May 18th, 2010, thereby removing chapter 16.5 sign regulations from the city's code of ordinances. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. Mayor and Council, on July 21st, 2020, the City Council continued the public hearing for consideration of ordinance number 2020-29 to repeal ordinance number 2010-20 adopted May 18th, 2010. This continuance allows the Sign Regulation Work Group Ad Hoc Committee to meet and incorporate City Council's comments and direction for the State Basic Sign Ordinance rewrite. On July 27th, August 3rd, August 10th, 2020, the Sign TAC met to discuss further refinement and incorporate City Council comments and direction received from the previous City Council meeting held on July 21st, 2020. This effort has produced a document that is more user-friendly with photos and illustrations, definitions, and easy-to-understand regulations. The new sign ordinance draft has reduced the word count of the current ordinance by nearly 54%. Staff recommends the City Council make a motion to send the State Basic Sign Ordinance rewrite to the Planning and Zoning Commission for its required recommendation after a notice public hearing to be scheduled for September 28, 2020. It is anticipated the State Basic Sign Ordinance would come back to City Council for final action at the second meeting in September. Staff has two options for Council to consider. Option 1, take action on the Ordinance 2020-29, which would repeal Chapter 16.5 of the sign regulations. Or 2, send the State Basic Sign Ordinance rewrite to the Planning and Zoning Commission for its recommendation and return to City Council for final action.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Diaz, Ryan Haverlaw.
Yes, sir.
As part of option 2, council would also need to table the action of this agenda item to a future date.
So I have a point of order question. Would we conduct another public hearing, or we're just moving right into consideration?
I think Ms. Katz has to answer that question.
Ms. Katz?
Yes, ma'am.
So the item says continued public hearing. Would I need to conduct another public hearing, or would we just move on to the consideration portion of this item, since this is the third time we've looked at this item?
So, the agenda just says continued public hearing, so that's what this agenda item states. So, the public hearing would be conducted, and then y'all would decide, you can still table it.
But I wouldn't actually need to hold another public hearing.
You know, I don't know the answer to that question right off the bat, but I can get it to you shortly if
So
you
I
want to
can-
return to G1.
No, I'll just go ahead and hold a public hearing, and it would just, I think that would be safe.
Sure.
So that's what we'll do. The time is 6:39. I'll open this public hearing. If there's anyone that wishes to speak on this item, approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, or raise your hand on the phone by pressing *9, and you can speak on this item.
So Mayor Diaz, we still have caller 8455. Who's raised their hand?
Raise your hand again, or
Aye.
still have their hand
Yes,
raised?
they raised their hand again.
Okay, so caller 8455, you are recognized. You
I
will-
have unmuted them, but they are still muted.
You are unmuted on our end. You will need to unmute your phone or your computer in the Zoom app. Again, caller 8455, you are recognized. You are unmuted on our end. You will need to unmute your phone.
Mayor, they have not unmuted themselves.
Caller 8455, you are yet to unmute your phone, so we cannot hear you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during the public hearing portion of this item? Caller 8455. You would need to unmute your phone so we can hear you. No. I apologize. There being no one else to recognize, the time is 6:41. I'll close the public hearing portion and move on to consideration. Council, we have two options presented. If we're going to send this Stay Basic sign ordinance to planning and zoning, we will need to table the item here, repealing the current signing ordinance. I believe that was the direction.
At one time, it was explained to me by a previous city manager that it's tabled, you had to bring it back to that meeting. You postponed it. Was tabling it or postponing it?
So I'll have to defer to, our city attorney, Mr. Tapp.
So what's the verbiage, Ms. Katz?
I couldn't hear, Councilmember Payne. Was that Councilmember Payne?
It was, so the question was, is the verbiage tabling it or postponing it?
You can table it. That's fine.
The tabling, you would have to designate it for another meeting.
A certain day. Correct.
So in order to table something, you have to have a specific date.
Right, and it does look like, there's a, under one of the options, or under the summary that was provided, it, discusses when it would be presented, in a public hearing. So I would suggest postpone, or tabling it to, a city council date after that September 28th.
For the public hearing scheduled for September 28th.
Madam Mayor, this is Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Yes, sir.
So I would recommend it would be the second meeting in October for City Council. The Planning and Zoning Commission would meet in September 28, 2020 for their scheduled meeting. And then we would come back with the second meeting in October to City Council.
So that would be October 20th.
Yes.
Okay, council. What is your desire?
Madam Mayor, Fred Chavez.
Yes, sir.
I would like to, table this item for future action for a, public hearing, on the date being, October 2020 for our consideration at that time.
Would we not also the second option?
Oh, and, also in addition to that, we need to, I would move that we forward the sign ordinance to planning and zoning for their review and consideration at that time.
I have a question. If there's a couple of
I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
discussion.
I have discussion after the, I have a second discussion.
Under that motion, can we still make some additional recommendations? I've emailed them to Mr. Havilah and to, Mr. Lewis. There's just a few things that I would like to address. Can we still do that?
You
under
can
that
discuss them right now if you'd like.
Okay. All right. So looking at the sign ordinance, and these have, I've met with Mr. Havilah and Lewis a couple of times, but I just want to make sure, one of the concerns that I had is in the purpose on page 1, as a strikeout 16.5-1, that we, for clarity, that we state in that opening statement that this is, as it relates to the city of Cumberland and the ETJ. It's just for clarity as to what this, because it doesn't, the ETJ is not addressed until, I think, 16.5.9 or something. So you don't really know. If you just pick this up and you look at it, and you're just new to the city or whatever, or you live in the ETJ, you may not understand without reading the entire document that this is for sign ordinances as it relates to city and the ETJ.
Okay.
So that was one of the considerations. And on page 5, monument signs, in the definitions, we'd like to delete the sentence, these signs shall be designed to repeat or harmonize with the architecture, the structure, the building. Again, that's directing businesses how to design their signs. And that would be in keeping with the guidance that was given. And then on page, we're under awning. We should remove the 32 square feet or greater under maximum area, delete that, and under permit, yes, if greater than 32 square feet. Under the feather sign, under maximum area, one side, the total sign face shall be 32 square feet or less. That makes it consistent throughout the document that 32 square feet, which requires anything 32 or less does not require a permit. Under, this is particularly using the projecting sign. We have here under permit, yes, I'm sorry, under the standards, the distance of a projecting sign may not exceed 18 inches. And I think that's just a misstep. If you look at 16.5-9H1 on page 27, under definitions, it's originally defined as more than 18 inches. Even a wall sign is 10 inches. So it probably needs to look more like 10 feet or on this side of the curb. And I think I've already discussed that with them. So it may not extend into the public right of way. I think that covers that. And then as I understand it, I had some confusion about the maximum height and area on page 13. And it was explained to me that this is, state law and local law. And I question, why do we have an off-premise sign cap? If I'm a business and I want to put a sign somewhere, why am I limited to the number of signs? And that, probably need some discussion on that by the council.
Number of signs you can have on,
Yeah, off-premise sign cap. The number of off-premise signs in the city is limited to the number of such signs legally in existence on July 8, 2010, and/or has been legally permitted by close of business on or before July 8, 2010. Why are we not allowing the off-premise? I think that should be deleted.
so you don't have,
This council, maybe y'all can explain it to me.
so my business sign isn't all over Copper's Cove, it's just like at my business.
But if I own land somewhere else and I want to put up a sign and to advertise my business, why can't I do that?
No.
Mayor, this is Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. So this is in response to off-premise signs, billboards, for example. And so most people are allowed to have signs on their property. So this addresses signs that would be off their property or off-premise.
Right.
Just that point of clarification.
So her question is, why can't she? Basically is her question.
That, when that was passed 10 years ago, that was a preference of the city council at that time to limit the number of billboards within the city. An off-premise sign.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Payne.
We've grown a lot in the last 10 years, and we've expanded. And
So do you want a bunch of billboards in town?
well, I mean, out on Highway 190, on the bypass, places like that, why wouldn't I be able to? Because the way this reads, it's no more. If I'm reading it correctly.
The off-premise.
Mayor, it's no more additional. So if you have an off-premise sign already prior to this date, July 8, 2010, you're allowed to have that sign there. And then you can have move the location if you want to, but we're just going to allow additional off-premise signs. That's it.
How much have we grown in the last 10 years?
Well, as an example, the signs that have been put up in the past are grandfathered in, but off-premise sign would be a sign on a piece of property that you don't own.
Right.
Like you want to put it on your neighbor's property or on another person's property. We've never allowed those that I can remember. They're billboards. No, not billboard. I'm talking about a
Oh, you
sign
said
maybe
billboard.
4 by 4 feet. Any sign that's off of. That's a billboard.
Mm-hmm.
I just think this needs to be friendly to business. We've expanded our borders. We have a larger population. And if I want to have a billboard somewhere, I should be able to put a billboard. If I own the land or I'm leasing the land or whatever,
not
you
what
can't
this
just
is saying.
arbitrarily put one in.
That's not what that's saying.
Well, that's what you said, that was billboards.
No, it's putting a sign on someone else's property. Isn't that what it addresses?
Basically, but that is, anytime you lease a billboard, that's on somebody else's property. It's not your own unless you own the property and erect the sign.
The billboards have a different set of rules. They also have to be a certain number of feet away from each other.
Mhm.
Depending on what the size of the billboard is and what the statute is at the time.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the point, we're talking about a cap put on them so that we can't grow anymore. I mean, that's,
So that needs to be reworked.
if we're gonna do it from here, I'll make a amending motion that we strike
We already have a motion and a second on the, so you're making an amending motion.
Amending motion
Gotcha.
to section 16.5 D.
Mayor,
Yes.
is it 16.5-6 D? I believe it is the reference.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 16.5-6 D. The motion was to strike that from the ordinance.
I wasn't arguing the point, I was just pointing out that that's the way it's.
Strike the whole thing from the ordinance, that whole reference, Mr. Manning?
The only thing that's still left that's not stricken is off-premises sign cap. The number of off-premises signs in the city is limited to a number of such signs legally in existence on July 8th, 2010, and/or has been legally permitted by close of business on or before July 8th, 2010. I think everything else in that section's already been stricken.
Does that cover the little 18 by 24 inch signs that people stick up everywhere? How, we buy houses and we do this, we do that, that they stick up everywhere? I mean, that's an off-premise sign that you could put anywhere. And people, they put them in, that's been a constant problem for the code enforcement.
They're prohibited signs.
Madam Mayor,
What becomes a prohibited sign from a billboard to an off-premise sign? How do you differentiate? I'm not arguing, I'm just asking.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Those signs are typically less than 32 square feet. You don't require a permit, and you can do that if you have the permission of that landowner anyway. Is that correct?
Not in public right of way.
Well, not in the public right of way, but wherever someone's land is. So we're not talking about public right of way. We're talking about private property.
That's where those signs always end up.
But that's not what this is about.
That's true. So it has to be over 32 square feet?
To have a permit. But public right of way, they can't put a sign in the
I'm
public
saying
right of way.
to put up an off-premise sign, what's the size limit on it?
There's no size limit that I'm aware of in order to
Well,
have a.
those fit in the size limit then.
You
18 by
can't put a sign in public right of way.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, you're not gonna put a billboard or an off-premise sign in a public right of way.
Okay.
Well, these little signs that everybody has and makes up.
Right.
You know, people that put them in yards, I mean, they can go around, we can have hundreds of them.
I don't think this
They're in the right of way.
this doesn't preclude that,
Not during somebody's yard.
does it?
There's
Still
off-premise.
in right, but it depends on where, but it's still.
I'm just trying to make sure we don't open
Most
a
of them.
can of worms here.
I think that's
Mayor
what-
Diaz, Ryan Haverhill.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewis, can you provide some clarity here, please?
So the off,
Yeah, so, off-premise signs, and we're talking off-premise signs. So if you look at the location and spacing section, off-premise signs are allowed in the B4, B5, M1, and M2 districts. And so, off-premise signs really pertain to billboards, the size maximum being 672 square feet. Size and height is here, billboards and other off-premise signs. So their locations are limited to these 4 different zoning districts.
And what is the minimum size of a billboard?
I don't know what a minimum size is. We probably would look at asking some of the people in the industry what the smallest billboard signs are marketable. But we put in what the maximum space area is, and this in relation to what the local government code is put into their documents. So,
Please try again.
so,
I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try again in a moment.
so that's it. Sorry about that. With my other phone freaking out.
Would we have a limit between the billboards? The distance?
That's in
Yes.
the code, that's in the ordinance, the distance.
Just making sure.
It's also state law. I made a motion.
so your amendment is to remove completely the item D of the off, of the,
15-5. I'm sorry.
have to go back up.
16.5-6D.
16.5-6D. So that's your amendment. Do I have a second to his amendment? Did you already say that? I have a second by Mr. Yancey. I have an amended motion by Mr. Manning, second by Mr. Yancey. Any other discussion on that particular?
Okay, just basically, what does that say?
It says off-premise sign cap. The number of off-premise signs in the city is limited to the number of such signs legally in existence on July 8th, 2010, and/or has been legally permitted by close of business on or before July 8th, 2010. Is that correct? Do I have the right copy?
Yes.
Okay. That's what it says.
Madam Mayor, Fred Chavez.
Yes, sir.
Just seeing if anybody remembers, was this, this, section, this ordinance, was this in reaction to the EDC sign that was, put up, years ago?
Probably not.
I don't
Probably not.
have that
was,
information.
yeah, that was a huge bone of contention. I'm just wondering.
I would, Madam Mayor, I would use that as a reason why we should reconsider this, that if you have a business that is not on the main highway, Business Highway 190, and you wanted to put up a sign, you know, you would be able to do that if we removed this, but under this ordinance, you could not do that.
Well, I wasn't advocating.
Yeah, I'm just saying that was supporting.
I was just
Yeah.
asking for rationale behind it.
Yeah,
I think it was to limit billboard signs in the city. But I don't know that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I have two more items on page 31.
We gotta take care of this first.
Oh,
Wait.
sorry.
We have to take
We
care
have
of
to,
the.
okay, so we have to vote on this amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Amendment carries. So we still have a motion on the table.
Yeah, to go to PD&Z, but she has.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I guess I thought these thoughts would go to committee to be reviewed and not be voted on in this. but
Well,
this is
apparently
a no.
that's not what we're doing.
Okay, so, the other thing, is in, 16.5 variance, B. Within 10 business days after denial of a sign permit by the chief building official, and the applicant may file a written request. I'd like to change that 10 to 30. But I'm really thinking in terms of sending this back to committee, for consideration.
All those other things you said were just suggestions to go back to the committee.
Right,
What page is that on, Diane?
page 31. Just giving the business a little bit more time.
More time to what? To think about it or to prepare?
I'm sorry.
To think about it or prepare. If they want the sign up and they've been turned down, they want to get there as fast as possible. They don't want to wait a month to do it.
I'm just giving them a little more leeway. Instead of only 10 days to do that, they have 30.
It's
Because the
just
city
10 days.
usually
or
has
is it
30
about-
days
is
to respond.
Is it just 10 days or they have to wait 10 days before they?
I thought it was to submit within 10
They just
business
have-
days after denial of a sign permit by the city. An applicant may file a written request within 10 days. So we're just saying within 30 days. That would just give them a little more time. Just trying to make the sign ordinance as business friendly as
Okay,
possible.
That's clear.
And then, in that same section D, 2, the variance is not contrary to the goals and objectives. I think that should be changed to purpose, because in the opening paragraph, it says it's the purpose of the sign, just again, making it consistent. That was the last one I had.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments or suggestions to send this to planning and zoning for consideration?
I have a question on what she said. The goals and objectives are of the city. The purpose of the sign is of the business owner. That's two different things.
Oh, well, I don't know. The variance is not, contrary to the goals and objectives outlined by the city. But there's no reference to what those goals and objectives are or where to find them. So you would assume that it would be in the opening statement and under purpose of the sign ordinance. So I'm just saying that's, if we put purpose, then they know they can refer to purpose at the very beginning of the ordinance, and that gives them the guidance. I think.
It's defining two different things. One is the purpose of the business, and the other one is the goals and objectives of the city, what they want. It may have to be worded different, but they're not the same thing.
Okay,
That's the context.
it's a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with Diane on that,
The which.
to change that to the purpose instead of the goals and objectives.
The city should have no goals and objectives. We're trying to cut it.
At the very beginning of the sign ordinance, it used to say goals and objectives of the sign ordinance. They changed it to say the purpose of the sign ordinance, so she just wanted to be consistent.
That's what I.
Okay.
I'm just looking for consistency throughout the document.
Okay. Anyone else have any suggestions
Yes,
to send, oh,
to
heavens.
tears.
Mr. Manning?
On page 3, and I'll use pages as much as possible so we can get there faster.
Got it.
We made a change in there, and it's D, 16.5-3D, where we are talking about an alteration permit. And the purpose for that is so that we get permits for structural alterations, electrical alterations. But if you see in that same paragraph, we strike repair. And I believe the goal of the group, if it wasn't, I think then the council ought to pick up this as a purpose, that we not require permits for repairs. That's gonna just make more ugly signs. So if we're gonna do something substantial, there's another word there that slips in without definition, substantial repaired. I think we ought to strike the repairs and use the word that we put in here, alteration. If we're gonna alter it, then we need to get a permit for it. If we're gonna do a repair, we don't need to get a permit for it.
Talking about item D?
Well, didn't we change it to that?
Yeah, on the revised one with the strikeouts, it does say alteration permit.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then we move down into late fee, and it says substantially repaired. And you're gonna find the word repaired used several times through here, when it really may have meant alteration.
Okay, I see.
So they need to reconcile the language.
Definitely. And under kiosk sign on page 4, it's defined as a sign providing directions installed and maintained by the city or a contractor authorized by the city. Those signs are exempted from this. And that word's not used anywhere else in this document. So I see no reason to have the definition for kiosk sign.
They're using it as a direction sign.
I don't know, I'm taking the definition, and the word's not used anywhere else in here that I can find.
But the reason I bring it up is because it was brought up in a meeting today, kiosk sign, the direction sign, and I was asking about a direction sign for myself.
I'm just talking about the document.
But that's why I was asking.
It's confusion.
But
If you define something and then you don't use it,
But does it refer to direction sign?
what I'm telling you is it's not used anywhere else in the document. So,
No, but, well, Madam Mayor, Diane Campbell, the question I had about that, is it used in the subdivision ordinance?
this isn't
So
the subdivision.
I know that, but a kiosk, because it, at one time it was, defined as directions to a subdivision or something like that, before we struck those out. So my question is that in the subdivision ordinance, and then you could refer to the sign ordinance for guidance? That's just a question. I don't know if it's in.
Madam Mayor, this is Bobby Lewis, Development Service Director. The kiosk sign is not in the subdivision ordinance, the new one.
Yeah,
That's
it's not.
coming in.
Okay.
So the kiosk sign should come out in your opinion, Mr. Manning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
continue.
I think this agrees with what Diane was saying on monument sign. not giving directions, and directions don't belong in the definitions anyway. I have a comment, it's just a comment, I've made it before. The committee did not think much of the comment, and so this is still here. But my comment on effective sign, under effective sign area on page 6, I would think that unless such upright or bracing under effective sign area consists of a corporate logo, is made part of the message, face, border, sign, is otherwise designed or used to attract attention to the public. And under Mike Steiner down below, it means that we would consider the M in the effective area of the sign. What if the company has an H in their name, and for structural reasons you put a cross member to support the columns that support that sign? You know, it just seems kind of petty to me. What difference does it make? What shape the support's in? And so, I just bring that up for comment. The next one has to do with areas, and it shows up when we've defined total sign area on the top of page 6. And then we've defined effective area. The reason for that is to deal, I think, primarily with wall signs, so that we use the effective area of the sign of the letters and not include something that's not meant to be in there. So these are very useful terms and separate, but they're used kind of interchangeably along with just the word area, which leaves us wondering in this document, is it total sign area or not?
Mayor Diaz, may I ask you a question?
Mhm.
So, Mr. Manning, back on, the effective sign area,
Yes, sir.
where we were talking about the, bracing, portion. So is there a change that you would recommend in that section?
Yes, sir. I would recommend that we only consider the letters like we do with all the others, and not try to get cute and whatever support that they put under it, try to drag that into the sign. It's just confusing.
Okay.
So, Mr. Manning, are you recommending the removal of the words unless such upright or bracing consists of a corporate logo?
Yes, sir. And furthermore, the example, under Mike Stein.
Okay.
These other things, if we missed some of them, where we're saying we require a permit if it's 32 square feet or greater. If you go across the canopy sign, it says yes if greater than 32 square feet. In the past, it's been typical to use signs that were like a sheet of plywood, 32 square feet. So I would recommend in all those, we talked about some of them before, that we make them consistent with the canopy sign that says yes if greater than 32 square feet. You see that under awning sign, on page 8. Banners, canopy, and feather signs.
So you want them all to say yes if greater than 32 square feet?
Yes, just to be consistent, whatever we decide to do, make it consistent.
Madam Mayor Fred Chavez, didn't we already say to change that? To all that 32 square feet was gonna be the last time we talked about this?
30, yes, there's a statement in here that says, signs,
Less than 32 square feet do not require a permit.
right, okay.
That,
I'm talking about these confusing pictures and directives that are in here, trying to clear them up so that they're consistent with what's been said elsewhere.
Got it, thank you.
Madam Mayor, correction, it's 32 square feet or less, not less than 30, yeah. And the thing about that awning sign, the way it reads right now, it looks like you're limited to 32 square feet for an awning when they have 32 square feet or greater in their max area. So I know talking about the letters that it could be read differently, and we're not restricting the size of the awning.
I thought
That-
you
that-
had
That's why
covered.
we deleted it.
Oh, well, it really should just be moved over to, yeah, like these others, yes, if, well, I don't know whether it's yes if greater than 32 square feet, or yes if,
For a permit.
or less than if, whatever. And further on the feather sign, it goes into this, one side of the total sign face shall be less than 32 square feet. Why don't you just say the total sign area less than 32 square feet? Because we've already defined what that verbiage means, and not. And under that one, under the standards say, such sign shall not be placed in the public right of way and shall be anchored to prevent movement or overturning. It goes on to say then, in a manner approved by the chief building official. If it doesn't work, and you're gonna have to do something to put it back up. And I just have a problem putting something in there that you've gotta wait for approval to find out if that's right. And other people may feel different about that. Under the projecting signs on page 11, it's covered in and I think you already addressed this.
1659.
What these projecting signs and what we see in common usage is we don't want them going out beyond the curb, but they could actually come, as it's given in section 16.5-9H1 on page 27, could extend out into the right of way 10 feet. And some more work may need to be done on that to get it the way that we feel like we can accept it, I don't know. But it doesn't make sense the way it's in here right now. Because the picture of that sign, where it says accessorize, is well beyond 18 inches.
Right.
Yeah.
I need help on page 13, understanding the freestanding signs. I think I read it correctly, that if the sign area is between 0 and 50 square feet, then it can only be 15 feet tall? Is that?
This one says.
But that's not consistent with things we see. When I look at these numbers, I think about signs I've seen in the past. Texaco Star, you know. It's small, but it's up there.
There it is. Brian Haverhill, Mr. Lewis can expand more on that, but, one of the reasons why the sign ordinance in the past has been revised or amended is because there were numerous variances that were requested and approved for different buildings. Obviously, not all of them, as you and I have had discussions on before in the past, but Mr. Lewis, if you can talk about that table, under the, freestanding signs and talk about where that has come from.
So yes, sir, this is really the parameters that we looked at when we initially started the sign regulations, and these parameters are coming from different cities we've looked at, primarily Temple. They have these criteria. At the time, they had a maximum of 50 square feet. The height was restricted to 15 feet. And so, those areas that we want to look at, if we want to say they need to be higher, we can find out what's comfortable for Copper's Cove, that's for sure.
My question, my problem with the thing is, if you allow, say at 50 feet, you allow 251 feet to 300 feet, what if you wanted to put a 50-foot sign at 50 feet? What difference would it make?
There it is, Brian Haverhill. Mr. Lewis, didn't we talk before about that table being part of local government code?
That's what I was told.
No, this one is not. It's the local government code has to do with billboard signs and the maximum square footages. What this is looking at is limiting by height of the maximum area of a sign and their setback. And so these are parameters that were established for freestanding signs. This is all subject to change. And so these are parameters that were established early on from the original committee meetings that we held.
I'm just trying to understand what this chart says. Can I ask a question? Could you put a sign that was 20 or 75 square feet? Could you put it at 40 feet according to this diagram?
So what we can do, and if there's lack of clarity, we can go back and look at all the different parameters. Maybe we put together a graphic that would be easier explained what we were showing as far as when I say we, the committee, this is what the committee had decided would be the parameters. But look at different scenarios that I guess the committee, not we, me, is comfortable with as far as regulating signs in Copper's Cove. So again, these were just the parameters that the sign ordinance committee subpac had agreed to initially, and we really haven't taken a hard look at it, and sounds like we need to.
Thank you. I have another question on page 23. Well, I have a comment on that page too. Going back to the areas, I understand that this probably came from some state regulation, probably very nearly copied out of it. But still, where it says 700 or 672 square feet in area, it might be helpful, because they are talking about total area, to just call it total sign area there, so it's clear. Down under 16.5-6B, we say all premises signs are allowed only in the following zoning districts: B4, B5, M1, M2. Since this covers the ETJ, and we've already discussed this before with this question, what about the ag or temporary R1 that are in the developing areas? Or if they're in the ETJ? But also, what about the other zonings that might be going in that direction?
Yes, it does.
But we don't have a B5 zone, correct? We just have B1 to B4. B5 is old.
Well, I think it'll get put back, but that's not my point. The point is that we're saying we're only gonna allow them in these districts, and yet.
It doesn't cover what is out there in the ETJ.
It's denying use to people without any real reason.
So you would just need to add in those districts in the ETJ?
Well, or exclude, just write the districts that we don't want to be in. And that might be easier, just say you can't be in these districts. I actually think regulations are much better when they tell you what you can't do, and then let you figure out if you've got a creative mind to design something. But when we start telling people what they can't do, we ruin creativity. So I would suggest that we put those zonings that we don't want those signs in. I'm confused a little bit on page 26 about, we come up with monument signs again. Such signs shall be single or double faced. Such signs shall be, and base shall not exceed 7 feet in overall height above the natural or average grade, and the the actual sign face shall not exceed a total area of 48 square feet in affected areas. So are we saying that the letters on that sign, on that monument sign, can total 48 square feet, and the sign could be however big we want it to be? It's confusing to me because I believe 48 square feet is way too small for a monument sign. But yet I think that's what we need to regulate is the total size of that monument because it obstructs views to some extent. So these things should be addressed with purpose and not just willy-nilly.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Dan Yancey, would it be appropriate, I know obviously there's a number of questions that looks like on the sign ordinance need to be addressed by others. Would it be appropriate to put those in written form, send those to the committee to have those addressed directly to satisfaction so that we could, and then we've got a document to actually look at to approve?
That would be wonderful. However, I think the committee does not want to do some of the things that are being brought up because they've been brought up more than once, both in committee and on the floor here. So I just feel like this is the time to address them. And the council's gonna have to decide what they wanna do with these things.
And I totally agree. My question would be, we're looking at all these little different things. If they are put down in a written form, they're sent to the committee does not answer them or does not take action on them, then we have the opportunity to do what we need to do at that particular point in time. But to sit here and try to figure all this out right now, I think is taking a lot of time, and I don't know at the end of the day, do we get the document that we want?
I agree with you.
You know, at the end of the day, but I think if you put it in a, written form, here's concerns, and those need to be addressed directly. And then that way, you're one way or the other satisfied.
I promised you tears and I haven't seen any yet.
I'm very close to it.
But I'm very close to it.
Yes. Madam Mayor,
But let
Joanne
me
Courtland.
make a point. Some of these things have been back and back and back, and they're in conflict with the state basic directions that were given before.
Well,
So I'll shut up at that point and we can spin.
Madam Mayor, Joanne Courtland, to tie on to what Mr. Yancey said, as far as in written form, I would I think it would be great as well as not just saying we want to address this, but be very specific. This is what we wanted to read. This is how we wanted to read. Because some of this is very, and you're right, it has been brought up more than once.
But this is just
Yeah.
me saying.
No, you're not the only one saying it. We're sitting here listening to the discussion and we're agreeing. The sign, that's the whole reason this has started. The sign ordinance was so very restrictive and confusing and just this big thing that nobody could understand. I think if we're a little bit more pointed and saying, this is the direction we're trying, this is the direction we want to go. Take this out, add this in. The table, from what I gather, was from Temple. We're not Temple. We're not clean. This should reflect the way Cove does business, to include the ETJ.
Mayor Diaz, Mark Payne.
Yes, sir.
As Jay has demonstrated here today, that when you point out these things, it raises questions, and you can't write every possible question down and send it in a memo. It's gonna take actual hashing it out to get a lot of this answered and.
But I think what Mr. Yancey is asking, though, that Mr. Manning has very specific items that he has concerns about, and Ms. Campbell has very specific items that she has concerns about. And if anyone else has their list of very specific items that they still have concerns about on this ordinance, then put that in writing and send that, to the committee. I think each of us need a copy of that as well, so we know what was asked to be
Right,
addressed.
absolutely.
And then we'll know if it, when we get that other document back, if those items were considered.
Madam Mayor, I did submit in writing to Bobby Lewis and to Mr. Haviland, Brian Haviland, but you're saying committee, so you're saying we have to send it to somebody else? And Mr. Manning is on that committee.
But staff doesn't make, I mean, the committee is the ones that are making those changes. It's not Mr. Haviland, it's not
But Bobby
Mr.
Lewis is in that meeting. So who do we send it to?
Yeah, and Mr. Lewis has brought the discussion from the previous council meeting, these items to the committee and went through those specific items.
So if you've already provided those for Mr. Lewis, then he has yours.
Yeah, and these are other items, and Mr. Manning is correct, because I've listened to these, not all of them. I've listened to several of these meetings, and Mr. Manning has brought up some of these things, and the committee either doesn't discuss it anymore or is moved on to something else, and so it doesn't address some of these things. So,
The council needs to take action.
Madam Mayor, Fred Chavez. The one thing that I would like to add to this is, about, the staff work, the consistency of the language that's in the document. That has come up more than a few times, that there are issues with common terminology and sizes and dimensions. My request is that, at the very least, the committee relook at the document and make sure that they are using common language, that the protocols they're following are the same throughout. And that will clear up a great deal of problems, I believe, in a good bit of it. But, I can see where frustration would be, because there are times it's referred to as alteration and then it's a repair. There are times that we say 32 square feet, but then we don't necessarily have that size later. So the language needs to be tightened. I'm done.
Thank you.
I also included an email and had a discussion with Mr. Lewis and with Mr. Haviland, and I failed to mention it earlier, is just ambient light. I mentioned it in another council meeting, from the diocese. I'm very concerned that we, to be consistent with the, joint land use study and to be supportive of Fort Hood, we have to be careful with these beacons and the searchlights and just the ambient light from signs, and all of that was deleted from the ordinance in this last iteration. And in my meeting with them, they said that they would refer them to Fort Hood to get guidance, but I feel that it needs to be included in the ordinance, even if it just says, you have to get with Fort Hood. And I have reached out to Fort Hood and asked for some specific guidance that we might consider to include in the ordinance. But for training, for helicopters?
Okay. So it happened a long time ago, but we did have a motion and a second.
Yeah, that was me.
And I do believe it said that we were going to table this item until the October 20th meeting, and we were going to send this to planning and zoning for consideration. And I do have a motion and a second on that. I question, is this ready to go to planning and zoning?
We have to send it with an amendment that we need to send written language to them.
Mayor Diaz,
So we do have a motion and second, and that's what it says.
I'd like to amend the motion to say that we table the part of the
Repealing the sign ordinance.
the repealing part, and that we send the other back to the sign committee with directions, and I'll try to provide mine in written form to Mr. Haverland, and I'll try to get that done before I go home tomorrow.
So I have an amendment.
I accept that.
Do you second it then?
I second it, third it, whatever it takes.
Amendment to the motion by Mr. Manning. I have a second by Mr. Chavez. Any other comments on the amended motion? All in favor on the amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Do we still have to vote on the motion?
Yes, the motion as amended.
All in favor of the motion as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 2020-35 to amend chapter 17.5 subdivisions adopting by reference the infrastructure design and construction manual and to amend chapter 4 buildings, construction related activities, article 1 in general section 4-1 standard codes adopted by reference B International Fire Code IFC 2015 edition, Appendix D, Fire Apparatus Access Roads, Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. Sir.
Thank
You're
you,
on.
Mayor, Council. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. On October 15th, 2019, staff held a city council workshop to receive direction on a proposal to amend the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 17.5, subdivisions, allowing the Planning and Zoning Commission to have final authority for plats of 5 lots or more, as proposed by the subdivision TAC. At this workshop, City Council provided direction to support an amendment to allow the Planning and Zoning Commission to have final approval authority for preliminary plats and final plats of 5 lots or more. On February 4th, 2020, staff held a City Council workshop providing an update on the progress made by the subdivision TAC to amend Chapter 17.5. On June 9th, 2020, the subdivision TAC voted unanimously to recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-35 to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to City Council. On July 27th, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a workshop prior to its regular meeting where staff received comments and answered questions of the commission. At the regular meeting, the commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-35. The subdivision TAC has met regularly since September 2018 to make its recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for its review and consideration. This recommendation includes amending Chapter 17.5 subdivision as shown in strikeouts and underscores to update and streamline the development regulations. Staff recommends approval of ordinance number 2020-35 that amends Chapter 17.5 subdivisions, adopts by reference the Infrastructure Design and Construction Manual, amends Chapter 4 Buildings, Construction Related Activities, Section 4-1 Standard Codes adopted by reference B International Fire Code 2015 edition, Appendix D Fire Apparatus Access Roads of the Code of Ordinances as recommended by the Subdivision Technical Advisory Committee. So
Thank
just to highlight, I'm not quite done yet. So there's 5 major changes to 17.5 that I wanted the City Council to know that the subtac has considered over the almost 2.5 years we've been on this committee. The subtac is recommending changes to the non-minor plat and or approvals. The subtac is recommending, the recommendation is based on direction received from City Council at their workshop held on October 15th, 2019, to streamline the existing plat and plan process by delegating approval authority of the preliminary plats and final plats of 5 lots or more to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is in accordance with Texas Local Government Code Section 212.006A. The municipal authority responsible for approving plats is the Municipal Planning Commission. The second item is one of 5 major changes. The second one is the subdivision TAC is recommending changes to the subdivision application and submittal approval processes to respond to HR 3167, known as the shot clock bill. The shot clock bill resets development review time. It's called the shot clock bill because it's intended to speed up the development review process. HB 3167 requires all Texas cities and counties to respond to subdivision plat applications and several other types of applications within 30 days. In addition, staff will be required to respond to subsequent submittals within 15 days if the city or county fails to do so. The plat or plan will be considered approved. The third major item for changes is the subdivision TAC is recommending consolidation of Appendix A through E to update and streamline regulations into a single handbook. These appendices include Appendix A, water design criteria, Appendix B, wastewater design criteria, Appendix C, drainage criteria manual, Appendix D, flood damage prevention. This is already found in Chapter 4 of the Code of Ordinances. Appendix E, street design criteria. These appendices have been consolidated to a single formatted handbook called the Infrastructure Design Construction Manual. City standards and specifications and these details are also included in the IDCM. The fourth major change is the subtac is recommending amending Appendix D, the fire apparatus access road that's illustrated in Exhibit B of Ordinance 2020-35. And final, on number 5, the subtac is recommending removing the land disturbance permit process and changing it to Chapter 11, municipal utility services, to align with the municipal separate storm sewer system, or MS4, permitting processes. This request is part of tonight's agenda, and action item number H6 is being presented to you by Scott Osborne, the Public Works Director. With that, that concludes my recommendation.
Thank you, sir. This time, the time is 7:41. I'll open this public hearing and ask anyone that wishes to speak on this item, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. If you wish to speak on the phone, please press *9 to be recognized.
Good evening. My name's Jimmy Clark. I live at 3023 South FM 116. And you're 50 pages into an 800-page agenda. Congratulations. I'm going to apologize up front. Some of my dates may not be correct because I'm getting old, but I believe it was August 2018. The City Council of Gophers Cove, several of you members that are here today, appointed a committee to review, update, revise, create a subdivision ordinance to replace the antiquated one we work under today, to not only enhance the development, but to make this community more competitive with cities in our region, and of course to present something to the city that would that provide for good, maintainable development in the city of Gophers Cove. Several hundred man-hours later, you've been presented with the documents with the ordinance and the Appendix D revisions to it. I'm going to take a minute and recognize Scott Brooks, who works for Yellow Engineering, Derek Dewald, Mike Kriegel with Mitchell Engineering, were the members appointed to this committee from the private sector, local developers and engineers, along with numerous city staff members, Scott Osborne, Bobby Lewis, Bobby's assistant Tamara, the city engineer, the fire chief, the police chief played a part in this, the city manager, water superintendent, sewer superintendent. There were a lot of input, in the 2 years that these meetings have been going on, to include Rob Enter from the Planning and Zoning Commission. This, document was unanimously approved by the, Subtac Committee, presented to Planning and Zoning Commission, who has approved it, recommended it to you for consideration, and reviewed by the city attorney. This is something that, is a living document that needs to be looked at and reviewed on a, semi-regular basis. There's gonna be changes to it, and a committee like this, probably needs to be in place at all times to handle revisions and new technology that comes up and problems that may arise to, to keep this ordinance updated. And, that's all I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Do we have any questions of Mr. Clark? Thank you, sir. Anyone else that wishes to speak during the public hearing?
Mayor, we have a caller ending 8455 who has raised their hand.
Okay. Caller 8455, you are recognized. Please unmute your phone so you can speak.
Mayor, we have unmuted caller 8455 on our end, and they would need to unmute themselves on their end.
Caller 8455, you would need to unmute your phone or your Zoom call in order to be able to, for us to be able to hear you. You are unmuted on our end. Again, caller 8455, you are recognized on our end. You would need to unmute your phone on your end.
Mayor, they have taken their hand down.
Okay. Appears to be no one that wishes to speak during the public hearing. I'll set time at 7:45. I'll close this public hearing and move on to consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Dan Yancey, make a motion, we approve ordinance 2020-35 that amends chapter 17.5, commonly known as the subdivision ordinance.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey and a second by Ms. Campbell. Any discussion or questions?
Know it.
Mr. Manning? Mr. Yancey?
Go ahead.
Oh, Madam Mayor, this is Dan Yancey. I just want to reiterate the fact that this, what Mr. Clark said, this is a living document. And there's gonna be changes, and there's always gonna be something that you're gonna find that needs to be done a little bit better. And although we don't have a committee actually formed for beyond this, it would be my recommendation that we do proceed with keeping the TAC committee together to meet on a periodic basis to review these facts. This document right here is this long, and these people went through this line by line, trying to figure out why it's in there. If it doesn't have a useful purpose, take it out. And I just, my hat's off to these people for putting in the hours, the effort to help Coppers Cove be much more competitive and have a document that is very readable and understandable and useful as much as anything.
I just want to reiterate and say thank you for those individuals who put the hours and hours of time and energy into this document. We appreciate you. We thank you for what you did. And again, we hope that you will continue to volunteer. You have personal knowledge, institutional knowledge of this document, and it's invaluable. And we appreciate what you've done. So we thank you for that. Mr. Manning.
I would amen that, and I think I've never seen such a perfect document. And I got to see how much stuff was changed. It's not just words. Things were ripped out and changed and flipped upside down. Everything was redone. And it wasn't one time they went through it, numerous times, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate the fact that we had the foresight to charge them by the ordinance that we're about to pass. To periodically review and make recommendations as to further revisions and amendments to chapter 17.5. So, in starting with that, and I promise there won't be any tears this time, I want to make a comment on behalf of the citizens of Copperas Cove. And I know that it causes stress because I've been saying this since February of 15. If we could consider what the developer does when he starts, he attaches to the plat. We understand to here dedicate to the use of the public forever all streets, alleys, parks, water courses, drains, easements, and public places shown on this plat for the purpose and consideration therein expressed. When those improvements are finished and they submit them to the city, they are accepted with this by the city. The city of Copperas Cove has reviewed the above-named subdivision, and from this date, or date of annexation, whichever is later, accepts all such public improvements subject to maintenance covered under the 1-year workmanship and materials guarantee. Notification shall be given to the contractor or developer by the city of Copperas Cove of any workmanship material corrections to be made on or before the expiration of the 1-year period. Following such corrections, the security guarantee shall be released by the city. And at that point, the city accepts the responsibility. So, under wastewater design section 2, 1C, the last sentence in that says the city is not responsible for the service laterals in the right-of-way or easements. What that means is that if we have a stopped-up sewer line, before it gets to the main, we as homeowners are expected to go out and fix that in the city street. And I have a little bit of a problem with that. I also understand, because I've heard it, I've thought about it, the city's point of view, in that they can't go fix all of these things. One solution that I've heard of that Colleen did was they took out an insurance policy and maybe some part of $1 on the utility bill every month, paid for the insurance, and then that took care of this. But whatever the thing is, whether it's, basically it's expediency, we don't have the money to do it as a city. But the honor of the thing is, it's in the city right-of-way that they've accepted to maintain. And so I don't think it's very honorable for us to expect homeowners to do it. And with that, I've stated my point, and I'll shut up.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Manning.
now.
Mayor Diaz,
Yes.
I would like to see the city explore the possibility of an insurance policy so that I just can't imagine as a citizen having to go and be responsible for tearing up a street, changing out a lateral line and fixing it, and then having the street restored. And then what does that look like for the city? Does it meet our standards? How do we go about that? I know we do it now, but I think an insurance policy is a very intriguing idea. I think that helps our citizens.
Any other comments? Do you have a motion and a second? Dan? I thought you were about to say something.
I didn't know if he was wanting to make that as an amendment.
No.
No, I think he can be taken up.
I do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 2020-444 for the request by Quintero Engineering LLC representing 4JC Partners LP, the Valley at Great Hills, to amend the future land use plan map from SA Special Area to LD Low Density Residential, MD Medium Density Residential, high-density residential, retail, commercial, and parks and open space consisting of 378.83 acres located west of Suja Lane and south of WS 190, Copperas Cove, Texas. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bobby Lewis, Development Service Director. On July 1st, 2020, staff received an application by Quintero Engineering LLC requested by 4JC Partners LP, the Valley at Gray Hills, to amend the future land use plan map from special area to low density, medium density, high density, and retail, commercial, and parks and open space. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission, after opening the public hearing, received testimony and closed the hearing, voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council for the request to amend the future land use plan map. The applicant is proposing a master development plan with a mix of single-family, attached single-family, duplex, townhomes, retail commercial pads, and parks and open space land. Land use is generally located at two main interest points along the southerly border of US Highway 190 between Suja Lane and the future southern extension of Big Divide Road. Currently, the future land use plan map shows the property designated special area. This change in future land use to low density, medium density, high density retail and open space will allow for enhanced consistency to the plan. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission found the applicant's request does necessitate the need to change the existing land use designations in the area. Staff mailed 24 public notice letters requesting comments from the surrounding property owners and received one letter of denial. Draft meeting minutes of the July 27, 2020 Planning and Zoning Commission hearing are attached to this staff report. With that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-44 as requested.
Thank you, sir. Time is 7:55. I'll open this public hearing and ask anyone that wishes to speak on this item, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak on the phone, please press *9 to be recognized.
My name is Jimmy Clark. I live at 3023 South Fifth Room 116. I'm one of the partners in this development. Most of you are aware of this project. It's been ongoing and in the planning stage for several years. And be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, sir. I just lost my screen. Do you have any questions of Mr. Clark? Well, sir, thank you. No one. Being no one else, at 7:56, I'll close the public hearing and move on to consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2020-44 as requested.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Smith, a second by Mr. Manning. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 4, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 2020-445 for the request by Quintero Engineering LLC representing 4JC Partners LP, the Valley at Great Hills, to rezone property from AG1 agriculture to R1 single-family residential district, R3 multifamily residential district, B5 commercial services district to PDD planned development district, PF public facilities, and B4 general retail district consisting of 378.83 acres located west of Suja Lane and south of US Highway 190, Copperas Cove, Texas. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Mr. Lewis, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm unmuted myself. Finally. Sorry about that. I was going on too. It's great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bobby Lewis, Development Service Director. On July 1st, 2020, staff received an application by Quintero Engineering LLC requesting that 4JC Partners, representing 4JC Partners LLP, for the Valley of Great Hills to rezone property from AG-1 agricultural and R1 single-family residential district, R3 multifamily residential district, B5 commercial services district to PDD planned development district, PF public facilities, and B4 general retail district. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission, after opening the public hearing, receiving testimony and closing the hearing, voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Council for the request to amend the rezoning, I should say. This request to change the current zoning is for the purpose of developing a master planned community having unique mixed use of housing styles and types, being single family, duplex, townhomes, along with the vast retail commercial component along US 190. This project seeks to accommodate more potential homebuyers in the marketplace by offering a variety of lifestyle choices where people may choose to live in Coppers Cove, having the convenience of proximity of many retail community services being provided within this master plan development. The applicant has submitted several conceptual floor plans and building elevations of duplex and townhome projects which they envision for this master plan project. With that, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-45 as requested.
Thank you. This time I'll open this public hearing. The time is 8 o'clock. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Jimmy Clark, 3023 South FM 116. This is a follow-up rezone to the land use that you just approved, and I'm in favor of it, of course, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Mark, I have a question. This B5 designation here, is that just an old designation, or is that something that?
The property was currently, a big portion of it zoned B5, and we downgraded the zoning to B4.
Thank you. Is anyone on the phone that wishes to speak on this item? Please press *9 to be recognized.
Mayor, no one has raised their hand.
Appears to be no one. The time is 8:01. I'll close this public hearing and move on to consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Dan Yancey will make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-45 as requested.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey, a second by Mr. Chavez. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 2020-46 for the request by Mitchell and Associates, Inc., representing South Cove Development, Inc., the Village at Walker Place, Phase 2, to amend the future land use plan map from LD low density residential to MD medium density residential and retail commercial, consisting of 12.162 acres located west of FM 3046 and north of US Highway 190, Coppers Cove, Texas. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. On June 30th, 2020, staff received an application by Mitchell and Associates, Inc., requesting to amend the future land use plan map from low density residential to medium density residential and retail. On July 27th, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council for the request by Mitchell and Associates representing South Cove Development. The Village at Walker Place Phase 2 is to amend the future land use plan maps. The applicant proposes a development for two-family duplex homes and a commercial lot. This change to future land use to medium-density residential and retail will allow for enhanced consistency to the plan. In addition, the proposed rezoning to R2 two-family residential district and B4 general retail district located on lot 41, as shown on the approved preliminary plat, will add a level of consistency to the surrounding neighborhood districts in the area. This is actually, the next item will be for the rezoning request. Staff and the Planning Commission found that the application request does anticipate the need to change the plan and then current land uses in the area. Staff mailed 19 public notice letters requesting comment forming the surrounding property owners for this item on the agenda tonight. Staff did not receive any letters of approval or denial for this request. However, at the Planning and Zoning Commission did receive several public comments from the audience in attendance. With that, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-46 as requested.
Thank you. Time is 8:04. I'll open this public hearing and ask anyone wishes to speak on this item, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. If you are on the phone, please press *9 to be recognized.
Mayor, we have a caller ending in phone number 1013.
Caller 1013, you are recognized. Please unmute your phone.
Caller, you may press *6 to unmute yourself.
Caller 1013, you are recognized. You are unmuted on our end. You would just need to unmute your phone. Again, caller 1013, you are recognized. If you're able to unmute your phone so we can hear you.
I think I hear him.
Or unmute yourself on the Zoom call.
Mayor, we've had a couple of staff members that are on the phone unmute themselves and then remute themselves, so we know the system is working, but this caller is not unmuting himself either.
That's concerning. So we know it's working? I mean, Mr. Lewis has been able to.
Cell phone, and we can put them on speaker. Speaker.
Mayor, if you can give me just a moment, I will see if I can. Mayor, while I'm working on that, we have another caller ending 8455.
Mr. or Mrs. 8455.
Again, I'm trying to mute that, it's not unmuted.
Can you unmute yourself? Caller 8455.
Caller 8455 has lowered their hand now. We still have caller 1013. Yes, sir.
Bobby shared his screen with us.
Yeah,
and-
Bobby is. Just checking.
I wish Bobby
Okay,
would give us
Mayor,
our screen back.
caller, ending, with phone number 1013. If you will please hang up, I will be sending you a call to join the meeting.
So again, caller ending 1013, if you'll hang up, Mr. Havilah will send you a invite to join the meeting.
Mayor, we have connected with, this caller. They accepted the call, but they are still not muted.
So they're still muted on their end.
From, as best we can tell, yes. Mayor, we have another caller. That I have unmuted. Tamara
This is,
Gass.
Mayor, this is Tamara Gass. I believe the caller is Mike Kriegel trying to call in. He's with Mitchell and Associates.
Ms. Gass, how did you unmute your phone?
I just unmuted it on Zoom and then unmuted it on my phone.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna mute myself now.
So is 8455 Mr. Kriegel?
No.
1013 is Mr. Kriegel?
Yes, 1013.
Sorry, Mike. So we can't get him unmuted?
I'm gonna invite him one more time.
I don't know.
Just about past the system, but he'd be on speaker, so we still be public.
Like call my phone? Yeah, I have his number. I can call him.
I can need Credo's number?
No, I have it.
Oh,
I was just saying, call him, put him on speaker on a cell phone.
that's true.
I guess he would speak for it. I can guess he would speak for it.
Do you want me to call Mike?
Since he's with Mitchell and Associates.
Yes, ma'am.
Someone said, hey.
This is still his phone number.
Oh, I called him again, but now he's busy.
It's because Brady's telling.
Yeah, his last number is 1013.
You know you have the right
I
number.
keep unmuting him.
Just checking for the right number.
Put traffic on the website.
392.
Mike? Do you want to talk now? Because I have you, okay, okay, well, I'll put you on speaker and you can talk away. Okay, here you go. Okay, you're on speaker.
All right, Mayor, Council, staff, this is Mike Kriegel with Mitchell and Associates, 102 North College Street in Killeen. Here to answer any questions you might have, and we're here.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, I have you muted. Any questions of Mike?
Which one are we on?
We're on number 5.
Oh, yeah.
You're still in public hearing.
He's unmuting so he can hear.
Oh, he can still speak. Oh, I guess he can't hear us. That's right.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but that's okay if there's a question, if you can pass it on.
Nope. Any questions?
I know.
Okay. All right, so the time is 8:14. I'll close this public hearing. Move on to consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Dan Yancey, make a motion we approve ordinance 2020-46, to change the future land use plan as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey, a second by Mr. Smith. Any other questions? Comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mike, you have other items, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, there's another one for, zoning on this particular property, and then, we have another one across the road.
Do you want me to just leave you on the phone?
It's this very next item.
Yeah, that'd be, I can't get through for some reason, so yeah, that'd be great. And if you need to step down on the next one, I can, switch over to somebody else's phone.
Okay. Well, I'll step down, but I'll just leave you on my phone. So item 6, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 2020-47 for the request by Mitchell and Associates, Inc., representing South Cove Development, Inc., the Village at Walker Place, Phase 2, to rezone property from R3 Multifamily Residential and B5 Commercial Services District to R2 Two-Family Residential District and B4 General Retail District, consisting of 12.162 acres, located west of FM 3046 and north of US Highway 190, Coppers Cove, Texas. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. On June 30th, 2020, staff received an application by Mitchell and Associates, Inc., representing South Cove Development, Inc., the Village at Walker Place Phase 2, to rezone property from R3 Multifamily Residential and B5 Commercial Services District to R2 Two-Family Residential District and B4 General Retail District. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council for the request by Mitchell Associates, Inc., representing South Cove Development. This request will change the current zoning from R3 Multifamily Residential District to R2 Two-Family Residential District for the purpose of constructing 40 single-family homes or duplex homes on the site, plus one site, lot 40 it's called, from B5 to B4 General Retail District. With this development, the developer will be implementing the newly adopted 2020 comprehensive plan, which calls for connection of the city's existing transportation network. This will be accomplished by this subdivision providing access to FM 3046 and eliminating 3 dead-end streets by establishing complete access to Walker Place Boulevard, Indian Camp Trail, and Klein Drive. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the preliminary plat for the Village at Walker Place Phase 2, being a 2-family residential subdivision consisting of 4 blocks, 40 lots, duplex lots, and 1 commercial lot. Staff's recommendation is based on the future land use plan and the rezoning request for the Village of Walker Place Phase 2 being approved by City Council. With that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-47 as requested.
Thank you, sir. Time is 8:18. I'll open this public hearing and ask anyone that wishes to speak on this item. Please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, or press star 9 to be recognized. Mr. Kriegel?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
This is Mike Kriegel, Mitchell and Associates, 102 North College Street, here to represent this case. If anybody's got any questions, here to respond.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else wish to speak during the public hearing portion?
No one else has raised their hand, Mayor?
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Kriegel? Time is 8:18. I'll close the public hearing and move on to consideration.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion to approve ordinance 2020-47 as requested.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey, a second by Mr. Chavez. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7, I will recuse myself from this item. Mr. Yancey will take over from here.
Item G7, public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance 2020-48 for the request by Mitchell and Associates representing WRDC Inc., Heritage Place Edition Phase 1, Revision 1, to rezone property from AG1 agricultural to R2, two-family residential district, to PDD Planned Development District, consisting of 8.23 acres of a 56.73 acre tract of land located south of US 190 and west of FM 3046 Coppers Cove. Time is 8:20. Open up for public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. This is Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director. On June 30th, 2020, staff received an application by Mitchell and Associates, Inc., representing WRDC, Inc., Heritage Place Edition Phase 1, Revision 1, to rezone property from AG-1 Agricultural and R2 Two-Family Residential District to PDD Planned Development District. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council for the request by Mitchell and Associates, Inc. This request is to change the current zoning from R2 Two-Family Residential District to PDD Planned Development District for the purpose of constructing 33 attached single-family townhome lots on 8.23 acres of a 53.73 acre tract of land. Heritage Place Edition Phase 1, Revision 1 includes 33 attached single-family townhome lots. This development is a Phase 1, Revision 1 of the previously approved preliminary plat called Heritage Place Edition. The applicant has included a PDD exhibit with a typical lot detail for City Council consideration. The applicant is providing an amenity in the form of a concrete sidewalk that starts from the project site, then travels east to FM 3046, then travels north along the west side of FM 3046 to the city's South Park Recreational Facility located at 2602 Dennis Drive. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the revised preliminary plat for Heritage Place Edition Phase 1, Revision 1, consisting of 33 attached single-family townhome lots and 144 single-family residential lots containing 6 blocks and 2 commercial lots on 53.726 acres. With that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of ordinance number 2020-48 as requested.
Thank you, Bobby. Sorry I cut you off. I was trying to move this meeting along. Okay, public hearing. Time is 8:22. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on this matter?
This is Mike Kriegel, Mitchell and Associates, 102 North College Street. I apologize for cutting Mr. Lewis off. Lost my place there. I apologize.
You weren't the only one.
Well, I'm going to read the sign orders tonight before I go to bed.
No, yeah.
This is your second preliminary plat. We've submitted. It's a portion of what was a larger development that we're still continuing with, but we're looking at a small area in there and trying to do a different type of development. And we've, like Mr. Lewis had said, we've offered some amenities with connectivity to parts of the north negotiation to get under the bypass and continue that trail effort for people that live on both sides.
Is that it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else to speak?
Mr. Yancey, no one else has raised their hand.
All right. With that, the time is 8:24, close the public hearing. Is there action to be taken on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2020-48 as requested.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilwoman Campbell. Any discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have, Mark Payne has a question. Bobby, are you still there?
Yes, I am, thank you.
Okay, twice you stated that it was 53.73 acres. It says 56 on the screen here. Is there a discrepancy?
It's probably just a typo on my part. I apologize if there's any inconsistency in the application.
Is it 53.73? Or is it 56?
I'm going to look at the application itself. It says 56.726 acres right here on the application.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, council, thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Item 8, public hearing and action on an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget for the city of Coppers Cove. Ariana Beckman, Director of Budget.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Manager. The budget amendment before you is not going to use fund balance, and it only requires one public hearing. Therefore, action can be taken tonight. The 2020 certificates of obligation funds require an overall revenue and expenditure increase of $8,417,733 for projects that were authorized when the 2020 COs were issued on July 7th of this year. Staff's recommendation is to hold a public hearing and take action on the attached ordinance amending FY 2019-2020 budget.
Thank you, ma'am. The time is 8:26. I'll open this public hearing and ask anyone that wishes to speak on this item, approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, or press *9 on the phone to raise your hand to be recognized.
Mayor, we have a caller, phone number ending 1595.
Caller 1595, you are recognized. Unmute yourself on your end to be heard.
Mayor, this is a staff member who is trying to ensure that this is working properly. And I can't, they're not unmuting.
So it is on our end.
There's definitely something I'm not sure what it is.
Don't you have a landline that they could call into?
Yep.
There.
Kevin just said can't unmute.
So I have unmuted all participants at this point. He's still muted. Mayor, if we have other participants call that, wish to speak, we will have to call them, directly.
Okay. Appears to be no one that wishes to speak on this public hearing. The time is 8:29. I'll close the public hearing and move on to action. Council?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Dan Yancey make a motion to approve ordinance 2020-55, amending the, FY 2019-2020 budget.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey and a second by Ms. Cortland. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll move on to action items. H1, report from Heart of Texas Defense Alliance on quarterly activities and action. To approve payments for professional services provided by the Heart of Texas Defense Alliance. Keith Sled, Executive Director of Heart of Texas Defense Alliance. Mr. Sled, are you able to unmute yourself?
Mayor, City Council, and City Manager, I think you can hear me, but I'll check.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
So good evening. Sorry you have such a long meeting tonight. I will try to make this brief, and if you have questions, please let me know. If you'll go to the first slide, you'll see that there are 3 topics under the updates that I will cover. One, as many of you know, there were Secretary of the Army visited Fort Hood within the last couple of weeks. There was also community engagements by Major General Eflant with each of the communities as well, just giving Fort Hood updates and some discussion on there. You may have seen in the paper that the commission that was appointed by the Army will arrive in the area sometime within the next 2 weeks and conduct their business. And we expect that report will be a draft by September and then completed by October, or end of September, I should say, for the draft, and then completed in October. Fort Hood has received a lot of negative publicity in social media, especially. I would just caution you that some things they can talk about, some things they can't. But when this is all said and done, the truth will come out, and everybody hopefully will have a more accurate picture of the circumstances that happened with some of these events. On the second topic there, the DAG project, the Texas Military Preparedness Commission will release the next application for the DAG grants on 1 September. The grants will be due back to them on 30 October. We have already revised the grant once, and we've sent it out to both Fort Hood and Mr. Haverlaw for their review. Once we get the application is going to come out 1 September, we'll have a few updates to it. We'll get that one. We will look and see if there are any significant changes, but make the adjustments and then resend that back out and convene the DAG review board to review it before we submit it. We do not expect any real issues this time. We didn't think last time. The real issue last time with funding was they approved 2 projects which consumed 2/3 of the budget that was available for that 15 million. And with those first 2 that were approved, there wasn't enough money left over to approve anything for as large as ours. The others, I have heard from 6 of the 7 cities that are committed local funding before. And the other one, I just have to go make a presentation to them, and I think they'll be on board again. They've said they already have it set aside, but they just asked me to come and make a presentation, and I'll do that in September at their next board meeting. So we do not anticipate any issues with this. We appreciate City of Copperas Cove and their sponsorship of this project to install those 2, or put in those 2 State Highway 9 access ramps over on Tank Destroyer. It was interesting because this morning when I was going by the Clark Road gate, traffic was without but a few trucks, traffic was already backed up on the access road onto I-14, so it'll make it safer for the folks in our community as well. The last bullet on there, you'll see the National Defense Authorization Act. You'll see both the House and the Senate have passed it. Both versions are very close. There's maybe $500 million difference between the 2 bills, which seems like a lot to us folks. In the world of DC, it's budget dust to them. The significant points of it are 3% pay raise for activity or for the armed forces, Active duty Army in strength will improve or increase by 5,000 soldiers to 485,000. And then it provides some limits of funding for MILCON. We do not know yet what those MILCON projects would be. One thing that I will make note of for everyone, there has been discussion previously about changing any base's name for Confederate generals. Both versions of the bill that passed do have language in there that will create a commission to rename the bases. And by the majorities that they passed the first time, they are veto proof. So there is likely a name change coming down the road at some point in our future in the coming years. Subject to any questions you have on that, I'll go to the next slide.
No, go ahead.
Okay. You'll see on that next slide, there is a program called the Military Spouse Fellowship Program. Hiring Our Heroes from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has been doing this for soldiers that were transitioning, or service members, not just soldiers, that were transitioning. They have started a Military Spouse Fellowship Program. There is a local manager for U.S. Chamber that's trying to get the program up and running here in the local area. Her name is Miss Carla Miller. You'll see it on the slide there, along with her email and her phone number. They have 3 cohorts they're working on. You'll see those listed on there as well. The next one is 31 August. This program provides 6 weeks of paid internship for a military spouse at the rate of $15 an hour for any business that would like to participate. Ideally with the goal of the spouse, assuming that the relationship works out between them and the business with them, with the goal of employment of those spouses at the end of that. If you would like more information, you'll see the contact information from Ms. Miller on there. You can also contact me if you have questions, and I'll be glad to explain to you as best I can. I have set or connected Ms. Miller with the Chambers of Commerce and the EDCs for several of the cities in the area. And I know she's made presentations to a few. I don't know if she did make them. She did not tell me when that she made them for the Copperas Cove Chamber or the Copperas Cove EDC, but I'll be glad to help them get one if they would like. The bottom station there is really just kind of it's a long shot. You may have seen that the president announced restationing of forces in Germany earlier this month. Part of that includes moving forces from Germany into Poland and to a couple other locations in Europe. But a more significant part of that includes moving the 2nd Cavalry Regiment from Europe back to the continental United States. The Department of Defense has already acknowledged that wherever they go, they will require MILCON funding, which puts most of the installations on some kind of level when it comes to scoring that criteria for a stationing decision. The 2nd Cavalry Regiment is identical to the 3rd Cavalry Regiment at Fort Hood. Fort Hood, we do have the room for the manpower. The MILCON facilities will be a nice increase. I would estimate that MILCON for that brigade would run probably 600 to 700 million. So we have seen no stationing decisions or a discussion of how the process will occur. And this is a long-term move. It will not happen in a year. It'll happen probably in 3 years. So as that process continues down the road, we will keep the entities within Central Texas advised. And we may ask you for letters of support or engagement at some point to show your support for relocating that unit back to Fort Hood. It would mean probably an increase of 4,500 soldiers at Fort Hood, along with a corresponding increase in between 9,000 to 11,000 family members as well. So it would be a significant boost to the on-post population. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Keith?
Sir?
This is Dan Yancey. On the MILCON, you said that they might not make their selection for 3 years. Would that MILCON come earlier than that?
Well, what they'll do is they will come up with a process for how they're going to make the determination for site selection. They'll go through that. And so I would expect that process to begin within the next probably 2 to 3 months and then complete within 6 to 9 months, followed by a budget for next year that would approve that MILCON and then construction to follow. So that if we assume that it'll take 2 years for the MILCON, then you see about a third year for the regiment to actually move. That regiment will require 6 motor pools, which are currently running at about $55 to $60 million. And then also require barracks, which those are significant expenses as well, plus some different offices. So that's why I estimated about between 600 and 700 million, which is great for the local economy and the businesses that can participate and compete for those contracts. But the real issue is it brings that long-term impact of those folks being in the local area and spending money, buying houses, renting places, and could be a significant boost to schools as well.
Thank you, Keith.
Madam
Are there
Mayor?
any other questions?
Yes, just one moment.
Not a question, just a comment for the group that Milcon funding is a 5-year appropriation. So that is how far out they normally plan their appropriations because of the length of time that appropriation is valid for new obligation.
Thank you. Okay,
Any other questions on this slide?
no, sir.
Okay. The next one's a very quick update. Congressman Carter and Williams were co-sponsors of a bill with Congressman Babin for the I-14 designation. They sponsored it in the House under House Resolution 2220, which was included in the House version of the fiscal year 21 FAST bill. The bill has gone over to the Senate for their consideration. The House approved it on the 1st of July. The Senate has not yet taken any action on the FY21 FAST Act. And what this is, essentially, it's the Surface Transportation Act that was initiated about 5 years ago and it's up for reauthorization. This bill is actually a no-cost bill, and that all it does is essentially designate the route, and you see it depicted on the map there, from Texas all the way over to Georgia. The corresponding departments of transportation within those sectors or those states would get money as part of their normal transportation financing and then begin improvements upon those areas as they did those upgrades. For example, in Texas, TxDOT's already spent about planned $1.5 billion worth of investment on I-14. In Central Texas alone, we've got about $510 million planned in the coming years, including the widening of the 190 bypass around the south side of Cope from 2 to 4 lanes all the way over to the Lampasas County line. So if you have a chance and see your senator, either Senator Cornyn, Senator Cruz, or one of his staff members, I encourage you to voice your support if you're so inclined for that bill and their encouragement to get it included in the transportation bill when it goes forward. The Senate Transportation Committee did ask for a letter of support from each of the military or the KTEMPO municipal planning organizations along the route. KTEMPO has already provided that letter, and we have sent it forward to Senator Cornyn and Senator Cruz. So there's along that line, there's nothing to do. It's just a matter of making sure the legislation gets through and we have the opportunity to ideally get this designated. Were there any questions on that one? And I have one more slide for you so I can read.
No questions.
Okay, the last slide you'll see is the Fort Hood Fast Facts. As you can see, the deployed numbers went down quite a bit. Actually, we're not at the lowest. We were about a year and a half ago. We're at 6.1% of the force deployed. We average about 17%. 3 Corps will redeploy in the beginning of September, sometime the week of the 4th to the 11th. The 3 Corps headquarters will return. They will probably do the casing ceremony at the ramp because they're going to have to go into a 14-day quarantine once they return, versus doing a formal ceremony that they probably couldn't have anybody come to anyway. And then the Army has made a change in how those headquarters are deploying. The 3rd Corps headquarters and the 18th Airborne headquarters have been swapping out in Iraq and Syria for the last couple of years. That will no longer happen. They will form what's called a Joint Task Force headquarters using a joint manning document that will come from all services who provide people into that headquarters. So it'll be a standalone headquarters, although 3 Corps will retain responsibility for training many of those folks that are going to go in and to support that mission. So the good news is that the 3 Corps headquarters and the 3 Corps commander will be available here in Fort Hood for quite a while, but they're also available for worldwide contingencies. I do expect the deployed numbers will go up this fall when 1st Brigade begins its deployment process to its next mission. And so we'll be back up to that average of about 17% fairly quickly. Subject to any questions you have or anyone else on the council has, that's all I have this evening.
Any questions? Of Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. You have a good evening.
You too. Okay, council, what is your, need action here?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion that we approve the quarterly allocation of $4,250 to our Texas Defense Alliance.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey and a second by Mr. Payne. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, Presentation of the Copper Cove Chamber of Commerce on quarterly activities and expense associated with the Visitors Bureau and consideration and action on to authorize payment for eligible expenses. Alicia Menard, President, CEO of the Copper Cove Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Menard.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. I'll keep this brief. Alicia Menard with Copper Cove Chamber and Visitors Bureau, President. We're tonight presenting our quarterly report and fund request for April 1st through June 30th, 2020. We're requesting the amount of $18,858, which breaks down to the quarterly operations and maintenance expenses of $16,068, and the quarterly tourism promotion expenses for $2,790. I'll quickly just highlight a few items. You have the tourism brochure in front of you that's going to get ready to go to print. We've had it reviewed by several and wanted you to have a chance to look at it tonight before we officially go to print on that. We also have completed the I-14 ad. And as far as I have an update on our map situation, our Texas Trails maps, we are currently out of Copper Cove. And unfortunately, we just received information that they are no longer operating. So unfortunately, what maps we have are all that we will get. So we are now in process of finding another map company to print the detailed Copper Cove map for both the city and Coryell County. We have had the appraisal district as well as CCISD bus drivers, requesting those weekly. Unfortunately, we've told them as soon as we're able to get some in, we'll get those to them. But just so you know, we are out of those Copper Cove maps for now. Going into our website analytics for the Chamber and Visitors Bureau, our total website hits for the quarter totaled 58,853. You'll see further down in your slide presentation that that's broken down per module under the business directory, news and weather, relocation, employment, calendars and events, coupons, marketing, and our online information signups. As far as tourism, we had 2,657 hits in relation to tourism. Again, you'll see in the slide that it breaks it down for you per module for lodging, retail, dining, attractions, entertainment, and recreation. And then as far as our community total website hits, 6,630. And again, you have a detailed breakdown per module on those that were searching for information. And then I just have a few one last thing. Our hotel occupancy report, you'll see it's in a little bit different format. This is how I'm now receiving the information from Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. Once they provide that to me, I still follow up with each of the hotels individually to go over this information. So the total occupancy report for the quarter, we had in total, the 7 hotel motels generated 6,364 overnight stays. Out of those overnight stays, 1,909 were generated through Chamber and Visitor Bureau leads. You'll see I really like this new format of the hotel motel occupancy report because you do have additional information as far as the taxable receipts. Again, of course, total overnight stays and then room capacity information as well. Just a couple of reminders before I take questions. I want to remind everyone to register for the virtual Gallop or Trot that's coming up September 12th through the 20th at City Park. Of course, again, city employees are free to participate in that event for the City Health and Wellness Program. So we encourage everybody to come out and participate in that. We had a great turnout from HEB Summer Run to Fun in June. And then we have Hood Howdy coming up September 17th. Typically, that event takes place in August, but Fort Hood did postpone it, push it back just a bit. So we'll be on Fort Hood, like I said, September 17th, handing out visitor bags and information on Copper Cove. Again, we typically do roughly 500 bags that we hand out at that event. And then we are in the planning for a political forum in early October. We'll have that information out as soon as we finalize a few things. But we'll have a political forum for all those candidates to participate in early October. Other than that, I thank you for your time tonight and your continued partnership with the Chamber and Visitors Bureau, and I will now open it up for questions.
Council, do we have any questions of Alicia? No, appears to be none. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
On to action.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to accept the Chamber's report and make a motion that we make the payment of $18,858 as requested from the Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund.
I have a motion by Mr. Smith, a second by Mr. Manning. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Am I really just on item 2?
On item 3.
Item 3, consideration and action on a final plat request by Belton Engineering, Inc., representing D-Bar C Holdings, LP, Clayton Ranch, Phase 1, as part of Big Divide preliminary plat, being a single-family residential subdivision consisting of 5 blocks, 87 lots on 29.388 acres located north of Highway 190, US Highway 190, and east of Big Divide Road, Coppers Cove, Texas. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Bobby Lewis, Development Services Director and Council. On July 1st, 2020, Belton Engineering, Inc., on behalf of D-Bar C Holdings, LP, submitted an application for a final plat for Clayton Ranch Phase 1 subdivision, being a residential subdivision from the approved Big Divide preliminary plat. On July 27, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council of this final plat for Clayton Ranch Phase 1. The purpose of the final plat is to finalize the desired lot configurations, utility easements, and right-of-way requirements for each lot. Staff has completed its review of the final plat for Clayton Ranch Phase 1, being from the approved Big Divide preliminary plat, and found it does comply with all the requirements of Subdivision Ordinance Chapter 17.5 of Code of Ordinances. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the final plat for Clayton Ranch Phase 1 as requested.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions of Mr. Lewis? If not,
Bob,
yes, Mr. Yancey.
Mayor Dan Yancey. Bobby, on the plat, on the lots that face Big Divide Road, is there access point on Big Divide, or is it from the street?
So the access point will be on an entry street, and those lots will actually back up to Big Divide,
okay,
along Big Divide Road.
Okay.
Any other questions, Bobby? Not? What is your desire?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Dan Yancey make a motion to approve the final plat for Clayton Ranch Phase 1 as requested.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Yancey, a second by Mr. Chavez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 4, consideration and action by City Council to make revisions to the bylaws for Keep Coppers Cove Beautiful Commission. Roxanne Flores Ahmed, Executive Director.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. The proposed changes to the KCCB Commission bylaws were developed by the KCCB Bylaw Review Committee and have been reviewed and recommended for approval by the KCCB Commission as reflected. The primary purpose for the recommended changes is to move the KCCB's annual meeting from January to September of each successive year. These changes are beneficial because holding the annual meeting in September will allow for the placement of KCCB officers and then the discussion and commencement of KCCB activities prior to the start of a new fiscal year rather than in the middle of a fiscal year. KCCB recommends that the City Council approve the revisions of the bylaws for the Keep Copper's Cove Beautiful Commission. And I'd like to thank you all for your continued support, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Roxanne? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Mayor Mark Payne, I'd like to make a motion to the City Council to make revisions. Recommends the City Council approve the revisions to the bylaws to Keep Copper's Cove Beautiful Commission.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Payne, a second by Mr. Yancey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, consideration and action on awarding a bid and authorizing city manager to execute a contract with TTG Utilities LLC for the award of bid number PW 2020-58-82 South Meadows Water Line Improvement Project. Scott Osborne, Director of Public Works. Sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, Mr. Haverlaw. I got the privilege of getting the last 3 items on your lengthy agenda, so I'll try to fire through them and get them done for us. The first item, as stated by the mayor, is a bid award project. This is for the South Meadows Housing Division and for the South Meadows Water Line Improvement Project. Basically, what this project is a water line loop that goes from the South Meadows Housing Division over to an existing 8-inch line located near the South Wastewater Treatment Plant. This project was originally put in the city's capital improvement plan back in 2015-2019 cycle. It was pushed forward a little bit, but ultimately funded 2019-2020. City had this designed by Kimley Horn and Associates as an engineer. We went out for bids in June and early July, with bid openings being scheduled on July 28th. At the bid opening, we received 10 bids, so a really good turnout. We provided a bid tabulation for this purpose. Originally, the capital improvement project cut sheet projected this to be approximately $215,000. Low bid came in at $111,978.75, so pretty substantial difference between what was reflected in the CIP plan and what came in. We're seeing a lot of good bids lately, and this is one of those. So I think we have some hungry folks out there that want to get the job done. The lowest bidder was TTG Utilities LLC. They've done a lot of work for the city. Currently, they're out on the FM 116 sidewalk project, which is blowing and going and should be completed before on time and under budget. So I think we're doing pretty good there. With that, we would recommend award to TTG in the amount of the low bid of $111,978.75. I'll address any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Osborne? Hearing none. Council?
Mayor Diaz,
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we award the bid to TTG Utilities LLC in the amount of $111,978.75. And congratulations not only on the amount, but the two confirming bids to go with it. That's pretty good when they get that close.
Yes, sir.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Manning, a second by Mr. Yancey. Any other questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6, consideration and action on an ordinance amending Chapter 11 Municipal Utility Services, Article 5, Stormwater Management, Division 3, Construction Stormwater Management of the City of Copper Cove's Code of Ordinances as necessary to relocate and amend land disturbance permit regulations. Scott Osborne, Director of Public Works.
Good evening once again, Madam Mayor, City Council. The next two action items relate to what I would term spin-off ordinances that resulted as a result of the city's recent work on the subdivision, Chapter 17.5 revisions. So there were, specify or stay specific to this section, which is the land disturbance permit process. Originally, that was contained within chapter 17.5, I believe it was section 60, that identified what the requirements were for a land disturbance permit. This topic, along with the next ordinance that we'll get to, as we went through that subdivision TAC discussion, final revisions to that subdivision ordinance, it really came to mind that a land disturbance process is a lot more generally applicable than just in the subdivision process. As you go through the subdivision process, you submit your plat, you submit your construction plans. Ideally, you get those construction plans released for construction, then you'll start that land disturbance process, or you'll start the land disturbance a little bit before that construction plan approval, just to continue with that process. But there's also circumstances outside of that subdivision process where this land disturbance process would come into play. For example, they go through, get the construction plans released for construction, they move forward, and then the development stalls out for one reason or another. Maybe the market slows down. So as the market speeds back up, people need to come in, they need to start disturbing land again to build houses, things of that nature. At that point, they're disturbing soil again, so it doesn't necessarily track. You also have circumstances outside the subdivision property or subdivision process that would trigger this. For example, a previously platted single lot that's over 1 acre in size, et cetera, and meets the other parameters, they would have to secure a land disturbance permit outside of that subdivision process. So what you see in the ordinance before you is really a relocation of what the existing, before tonight's action on chapter 17.5, provided for land disturbance regulations in the subdivision regulations. We've taken them out of chapter 17.5 and placed them into chapter 11, which is, the general caption is municipal utilities, but it all deals, at least Article 5 of chapter 11 deals with stormwater management. You've heard me talk in the past about stormwater management as we've gone through and adopted the city's stormwater management plan incident to the MS4 regulations that we did late last year. As part of that article, stormwater management, the city is required to regulate construction sites for that disturbance. So my opinion was it was most appropriate to put these regulations into that section. And there was actually already a section in there that called out for a stormwater permit. That stormwater permit and those provisions are in the existing ordinance today. The stormwater permit and the land disturbance permit, quite frankly, are the same thing. We just had two different processes. So what I did, I took the land disturbance permit processes, put them into that stormwater permit process, blended those both together, and created what you see before you today. Really, my intent in tracking with some of the recommendations of the Subdivision Technical Advisory Committee is to keep this process as straightforward as possible, to have it timely, to have a review, issuance, and appeal process established within the ordinance, which it does, and to really cut down on some of the redundant effort that you see in some ordinances relating to duplicating work that's already required as a part of a construction site's compliance with TCEQ's requirements as they go through and qualify for that stormwater discharge construction permit. So that's what I've attempted to do. I've gone through, I think I've hit all the keys. I did have a discussion with a developer earlier today, Mr. Brooks with WBW Development, about one issue that the Subdivision Technical Advisory Committee brought up and ultimately wanted to factor into the land disturbance permit process, which was basically we could make construction plan approval synonymous with land disturbance permit approval. That's originally what the subdivision TAC came up with. As I was attempting to meld this into the existing Chapter 11, and I started thinking about that potential provision, there are other instances where, for example, if construction stalls after the construction plan approval process, the city still needs to be aware of when that process is starting. So we still need to, have somebody come back in, file the permit, which is literally $35, along with their NOI, things of that nature, and move forward with the process. So that's why that provision came out. But in speaking with Scott Brooks, I agree, as we go back, these are all living documents. If this isn't working, we can revise this in the future and kind of carve out some of those streamlined processes. So I said a lot there. I'll be quiet and open it up for questions if you have.
So we have any questions, Scott, on this item? Hearing none. Do you have a motion?
Mayor Diaz, I applaud the effort that is being made. However, the Technical Advisory Committee is not necessarily focused on all the things that we mentioned. That we are trying to take things out of the subdivision ordinance. Now these things are touching, always did really touch on single-family lots also. But there are some things in there I think are going to be some problems, and I'd like some time to contact other stakeholders that are going to be more affected by that. And so I'd make a motion that we postpone this until the next council meeting at least.
Okay. A motion by Mr. Manning to postpone this until our next council meeting, which the date is September 1st. And I have a second by Mr. Payne. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item 7, consideration and action on an ordinance amending Chapter 17, Streets, Sidewalks, Public Grounds, Article 1, in general, Section 17-8, Construction and Public Rights of Way of the City of Copper's Code of Ordinance as necessary to relocate and amend construction in city easements and other right-of-way regulations. Scott Osborne, Director of Public Works.
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor, City Council. Similar to the land disturbance ordinance we just talked about, this is a byproduct spinoff with the subdivision chapter revisions. Prior to tonight's actions in section 17.5-111H of the subdivision regulations, various provisions were included within that section relating to regulations about what people could and could not do within city public utility easements and also drainage easements. Those are detailed in the ordinance before you. What I've done is basically taken those regulations because they are more generally applicable outside that subdivision process. They exist after a plat is approved and houses are built. And I placed it in Chapter 17, which is the city's general street, sidewalks, and public grounds regulations that get into parking, and there's an existing section in there relating to construction and public rights of way that I basically added these provisions onto. With that, this is very straightforward. These revisions, at least of these sections, were approved or recommended for approval by the city subdivision TAC. City staff does recommend that City Council adopt this ordinance to regulate construction within the city's utility easements. I'll address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Scott?
I have a question. Before the 80s, when we gave an easement to install and perpetually maintain some work, as long as there was no detriment to the property, and that it was returned to its previous condition. And that was pretty well followed by the utilities and the cities in doing that. Since then, there's been pretty much a move in the direction of pretty much declaring, and I've received some have been asked to sign exclusive easements so that we say, we're giving every right to this property. The only thing that we have left is to pay the taxes and to mow it, which are required by the city to do. It seems to me like the value of that property then is negative. And in one of these situations where I was dealing with an older woman that was in tears over the city coming through and rooting her fence out and telling her she was gonna have to rebuild it next to her house, had a discussion with Charlie, Zach, about this, and he informed me, well, that's the way it is. And I said, well, as developers then, we're gonna be interested in just giving right-of-ways and you can own it. The comment came back to me, well, we wouldn't take it. And I asked why, and he said, because we don't want to take it off tax rolls and because we can't afford to mow it. I have a problem with putting our citizens in a situation where they're holding a piece of property that they have to mow, they have to pay taxes on, and yet they can't use. Or if they do, if they've got a driveway over it, if the city comes through and takes it out, then they have to replace it. And I don't know what the law says, I don't know what we need to do, but this doesn't seem right from a citizen's point of view. And I've heard from a few of them about it. So that's where I am on the thing. I have a hard time with this. And I've got an open mind, but it appears to me to be an expediency thing. Is that what it is, or?
An expediency. And I just kind of want to touch on at least what my perspective is on the provisions that are really before tonight's actions on the chapter 17.5. They've been in your ordinance for who knows how long. In my perspective, what these provisions really do is give the city some additional ability to regulate what occurs within drainage easements, utility easements, outside of a civil context. You know as well as I do, if someone grants an easement to the benefit of another property owner, no one can impede the purpose of that easement that was granted.
Right.
Or that property owner can basically seek to enjoin that other, the person impeding that purpose. For example, if someone grants a drainage easement to allow conveyance of stormwater, if you as another adjacent property owner, go in there, block that off, remove that drainage easement, start backing up, that other property owner potentially has damages against you. That's a civil damage. What we're talking about here is a regulation that gives the city a little bit more expedient route to controlling what that infrastructure, to control the impediments, potentially the impediments to that infrastructure through city regulations, i.e. it now becomes a Class C misdemeanor that we can take action on immediately without going and trying to seek an injunction. I can see it from both sides. It's very cost effective to actually have a regulation like this. I think what these provisions spell out is you can still use beneficial, the easement area beneficially, so long as it does not impede the purpose of that easement. So I don't think, at least from my perspective, I don't think these are overreaching. We have easements throughout this city, miles and miles and miles of easements that contain the city's infrastructure that need to be accessed, need to be maintained. If there's something, if there's not something like this, the city falls back to straight civil action is what you do. If somebody builds, for example, an underground pool in your drainage easement, and that impedes and messes up that drainage flow and starts draining or damaging people, what does the city do at that point? You have to file civil action to abate that or to secure an injunction to have them remove that. So from my perspective, you know, it was already within the existing code. I think it makes a lot of sense to have these type of regulations with the understanding that there's common sense that goes behind it. When city crews go out and we go through and we repair lines, we do put things back the way they were. That's not because we're required to do so, because we're not under either civil law or these provisions. It's because we're good neighbors, and that's what the city expects of us in most cases. There are certain instances where somebody would go out there, build a structure without a permit. In that instance, should the city be responsible for that? That's where these provisions, at least in my opinion, come into play and are necessary.
So if a person gets a permit, they build a house, they've got a driveway on an easement, is the city gonna replace the driveway when they take it out?
For example, what would the easement be for?
Water line.
A water line. So there's a sewer main under the driveway, correct?
Okay, yeah.
And the city goes out and repairs it. As a matter of practice and policy, yes, we do replace that driveway section that we've disturbed.
But this doesn't say that, does it?
It does not say that.
And in the case that I was speaking of earlier, the city requested an easement so that it would make the plumbing of a tank site easier. We gave the easement. When the subdivision was done then, it was taken in under some rules that now we can take your fence down. And you have to fence the easement out, but you still gotta mow it. That just doesn't seem like the right way to treat people.
And I definitely understand that perspective, but I really think it comes, at least in my opinion, once again, it comes down to what culture, what policy and procedures has city council directed the city manager to, basically direct us to adhere to. The other side of the coin, Mr. Manning, in my opinion, really comes down to additional cost, a substantial potential additional cost. And as we go through, and seek new and better ways to perpetually maintain all this infrastructure, additional cost, as we looked at tonight, is not something we want to add to it if it's unnecessary.
I totally agree with you, but there's a cost being borne by that, if it's a transmission easement, and telling that person they have to mow it, and they have to build 2 fences and fence it out. It just doesn't seem right to ask them to do that. Would the city consider, in those circumstances, then taking that as a granted right-of-way that they own for public purpose and maintain it like other? When you think of it, when you're talking about a water transmission line, and it goes between two lots, should those people have to mow and give their land and pay tax on it for the benefit of everyone that uses that tank?
In my opinion, they still have beneficial use of that surface area, so that's part of their yard. That's the way I see it, but there's other circumstances where it wouldn't be as equitable. For example, if you have a drainage channel taking up half your backyard, should that be your responsibility? You're still paying taxes on it, you still need to maintain it, but the purpose of that drainage easement is to, conduct or keep that stormwater flowing for the benefit of the community as a whole. But then again, how many resources does the city need? We already have about 143 miles worth of channels in areas that we maintain. Are we willing to pay for that additional maintenance? That's more of a policy decision.
Well, I have a problem with the transmission, with the thoroughfares, with expecting the people that are next to them to bear all the costs. I just don't think that's right, because there are other people getting use out of it. I understand where you're coming from.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion? Can we get one?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2020-57.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor,
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Is there a way to look at changing some of the verbiage to better understand, better, to make it more understandable of what is our responsibility and what is a citizen's responsibility in this? Because I think Mr. Manning brings up good points that, if you're asking a citizen to take on a burden that should be ours, or should be more of ours than theirs, I worry that the language is not there for this.
Mayor Diaz?
Yes.
So in terms of the, ordinance that council is considering, it's pretty, at least from what I read, and I'm a layman in terms of these things, it's very clear as to what can't be constructed, and that anything that is constructed is at the risk of the owner. What you're asking for is really in addition to what's in here. And Scott and I can sit down and kind of talk about that, in those terms to see what else there could be. But from the discussion that Mr. Manning was having, it sounds like if we want to go down that road, that is a whole new set of regulations that we really need to work on and consider.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
almost every lot in Coppers Cove has a utility easement going across the front of it. They have the right of way, then they usually have the utility, water, drainage easement, either in the front or the back. I mean, everybody's sharing that burden. I understand what he's saying in the specific cases where there's a transmission line, maybe they didn't want it fenced in, and I can understand that's a burden, but just in general, almost every lot in town has a utility easement on it. And I think that Encore is pretty good neighbors, and if they go down and take down your fence and work through your yard, they usually come back and repair your fence. I don't know I've never heard a lot of complaints about Coppers Cove, but I would hope that if they tore down somebody's fence to get through a utility easement, they would go back and repair it. I do understand if there's a shed built there illegally and it's not supposed to be there, they shouldn't have the responsibility to build it back after they do the work, but.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Roll call vote, please.
Joanne Portland,
Nay.
Fred Chavez,
Aye.
Dan Yancy,
Aye.
Jay Manning,
Nay.
Diane Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Kane,
Nay.
Jack Smith.
Aye.
4-3.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to reports from staff, outside entities, advisory committees, and boards. There are none tonight. Items for future agendas. Ms. Cortland.
None at this time.
Mr. Yancey.
No.
Ms. Campbell.
No.
Mr. Smith.
None.
Mr. Payne. Mr. Chavez.
Nothing, ma'am.
Okay. We do not have executive session this evening, so the time is 9:22. I'll adjourn this meeting.